She needs to take you with her. That's wherever
right.
she goes. That's the move.
To wing woman you.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, camera drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. We welcome you to participate in the presentation. Watch it on the TMA STL YouTube channel and talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Text in the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646. And, of course, call in to the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Doug, after a week down in Jupiter, Florida, for our Cardinals spring training shows, it'll be great to have the phone calls back a prominent portion of this presentation. That was alliteration, prominent portion of this presentation.
All right, I guess we can take them back. I'm not sure, phone calls or not, whether I'll be much good to you. When I showed up for duty on Friday, it was about 75 degrees, and today it's about 15 degrees, so the Vaughn index would be a minus 60 today. And that is generally territory where I'm frankly not much good to you.
What is the cutoff temperature-wise for you to be good to us?
Oh, it needs to be, it needs to be between about 65 and 75, somewhere in that range.
It's reasonable.
So you're not going to be much good much of the year.
That's correct.
Okay. Just establishing that.
All right.
Doug, Sharon, and Clayton sent a text at 6:52, kind of trying to preempt your Sadie Hawkins. If you guys lead with anything other than USA Gold, then your mic should immediately be cut off and you should be escorted out of the building to never return. And then she said Freebird in caps with 4 exclamation points and 6 American flag emojis. USA. USA.
USA.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay. Well, it clearly is the lead. Of course it's the lead.
What was the alternate? What's the backup?
There was no alternate.
Pozo's 2-run double?
Yeah,
Probably not. No other lead.
Rodriguez, 106 miles off the bat.
He's also a catcher.
Yeah, that was really something. That was really...
Rodriguez.
Not that. No! The hockey. The game for the ages. Probably not at the same level of 1980, but every bit as exciting in the moment, I guess. Just really a terrific game. Connor Hellebuck was just outstanding. Man, he was good.
And I kept waiting. I honestly kept waiting for him to be the reason they lost. Isn't that terrible?
Yeah, and he was the reason they won.
Yeah.
And then Jack Hughes doing the hockiest things of all things hockey, getting his front teeth knocked out, and then bloody coming back to score the game winner.
Is he with Tate McRae?
I beg your pardon?
Chairman? Chairman confirmed it.
I really had bad feelings because they were kind of on the ropes there late third period. I thought, this is going to end in heartbreaking fashion. But then when they got to overtime, you thought, well, okay, we got a shot now.
Yeah, the overtime is an absolute crapshoot, but that probably benefited them because, Doug, would you say the ice was tilted in Canada's direction?
It seemed to be tilted, yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, when the U.S. scored the game-winning goal, Canada had McKernan, McDavid, and Makar on the ice. I mean, that's 3 of the top 10 players in the world.
Would you say that reminds you of the Bartechko, Panzus?
Nothing close. Absolutely nothing close.
She's a stick, huh?
Yeah, and the Kachucks both played great. Said all the right things to have all red-blooded Americans on their side. And they're just great at that.
They teamed up at crushing Parayko early in the game. That was a fun moment.
Yeah.
I obviously we wanted the U.S. to win, but I didn't want Binnington to be like the reason they lost or to have a horrible tournament. He had a great tournament. Played well in that game on the losing end. But it's perfect. You got Binnington playing pretty well throughout, but the U.S. of A. wins. Now, Jack Hughes will be here on Saturday. The Devils are coming to St. Louis on Saturday.
Eric in the Central West End is not happy with win. It's not as impressive a gold medal because Russia is not allowed to compete because of the woke IOC. That's Eric in the Central West End. He did not enjoy it.
Well, I don't think it was because of the woke IOC. It's because they invaded Ukraine. That's how they got thrown out. But he's right. One of the best teams in the world wasn't there. But, oh well, stop invading other countries. How about that?
As far as one of the more surprising post-game comments, it came from Nathan McKernan, who missed, Doug, would you call it a yawning net?
Oh, he's wide open.
Oh, goodness.
Absolutely wide open. And didn't really come very close to it.
I don't know what to say about that. But following the game, he said to reporters, "You be the judge of who the better team was today."
Oh, for
you
heaven's
just
sakes.
can't say that.
Especially when you missed a wide open net.
These guys are some dumb mother.
I guess that makes the U.S. the better team. They didn't miss the net when they had a shot. When they had a chance to win the game, Hughes didn't miss. When McKernan had a chance to win the game, he missed.
God,
They're not losers.
Such a bad look.
Isn't it?
You just got to tip your cap. And in hockey, they're usually pretty good about it. I understand the stakes are really high. You're representing Canada. They haven't won it since, Doug, was it 2014, I think, the last time Canada won the gold. A lot of pressure on those guys. I didn't appreciate John Cooper complaining about the format because, I mean, it's the same for everybody. And if anything, at 3-on-3, like Doug said, you got McKernan, McDavid, McCarr. Jesus.
Now, I think, let me say this. Maybe you watched the entire press conference.
I did not.
Okay, I did not either. So what I was wondering is, did he volunteer that or was he asked
about the
it?
format?
Because
yeah.
it does change it if he sat down and started pissing and moaning. I will say that watching the game, I thought, because I knew that was coming, and I felt like that might have been something that some of the fans watching the game might not have been aware of, and I'm sure plenty of people watching the game may not even notice the difference. I'm talking about super casual hockey fans. But if you're the American side and you're definitely not in a position of dominance over the final two periods, that you'll just take it. I mean, crapshoot. But in an ideal world, from my standpoint, and this is what John Cooper was also saying, that isn't necessarily the way that you would want a gold medal game decided in an ideal world from my standpoint. But that is the format, and it benefited the United States.
Yeah, and I agree with him that it's not the best way to have it happen. He also said, from what I read, he said it's for TV because you can't just have these things linger. I guess could you have it throughout the tournament, and then can you switch it for the gold medal game and then be there all day, adding to the drama? I don't know what the answer is.
Yes, I think the answer to that is yes.
Just for the gold medal game,
it's like the Stanley Cup finals and Stanley Cup playoffs is what he said.
But would you do it for the entire Olympics?
No, I would flip it for the medal
just
round.
Gold medal or medal round.
You couldn't stay on any kind of schedule if you had games going 4 or 4.5 hours.
That's correct.
You couldn't.
So the medal round, that's where I would have it. Now, the risk on going medal round is then you have the game for the bronze going long and then throwing it off. So perhaps you go, okay, just for the gold medal game. But either way, in an ideal world. But I think, of course, that's secondary to the accomplishment. For the first time since 1980, you have 3 St. Louisans on that team as well. You mentioned Matthew and Brady, but then also Clayton Keller, whose father passed away. And he also, from the St. Louis area, wins a gold medal as the United States wins 2-1 in overtime.
I appreciated they threw out the nugget. I don't know if it was Kenny Albert or Eddie Olczyk. They were saying how Keller had unbelievable numbers against Binnington. I'm like, because every time he plays the Blues, he scores, and he wasn't on the ice. And they said Binnington's probably grateful that he's sitting on the bench. There's so many talented players out there, and for the U.S. to win, it's hard to believe. You look at year by year how they really didn't even factor in the Olympics. Now, you didn't have pro players throughout a handful of those years, but what do you say, Doug? The U.S. is number 1. Do you need Larry Nickel to qualify?
No, I think we settled that yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, and then when they're skating around with Johnny Gaudreau's uniform, it's his sweater, and plucking his kids out of the crowd. Man, if I was an emotional guy, I may have shed a tear at that moment.
Yeah, that was an awesome moment.
Yeah.
That was incredible. The Gaudreau family, Pat Forty, wrote a really good story on the Gaudreau family deciding, and they kind of were going back and forth on it, whether or not to take up the invite from USA Hockey to go over there. To the credit of U.S. Hockey, they invited him over there. The players wanted him over there. U.S. Hockey wanted him over there. But they were going back and forth. And then they did make the decision to fly over before the semifinals, so, not knowing what would wind up transpiring. And then you see the boys go out there with the sweater, and then also take his son and his daughter out on the ice for the team picture. That was my favorite moment. That was the best.
Yeah, that was a good one. I mean, these guys grow up together, a lot of them, at that level. They play on a lot of national teams together and all-star teams together, and some are teammates in the NHL. So these are like their best friends, too. So it really is a brotherhood. That you heard them talk about that. It really is kind of a tight-knit brotherhood that they have.
How about the Matthew Tkachuk resume? You're, 28 years old. You got 2 Stanley Cups, and now you got a gold medal.
And a huge contract.
There was a great video of all of them. They're partying, of course, after, and they said, it's a bad day to be a beer in Milan.
The Nonling is listening to the program. Doug, you remember him? He was on the program with producer Joe. They formed the International Brotherhood of Nitwits from 2010 through 2012, I think.
And in order to convince his grandmother that he was not gay, we called him the non-gay.
That's correct.
Okay.
And he says in response to Eric in the Central West End, who I guess is pro-Russia, says Russia hasn't been a factor with NHL players since 1998.
With NHL players?
I just read what's in the
Telegram. A lot of good Russian
players.
players.
I think he's saying when the NHL players were in the mix, that their strength was in the amateur level. I think is what he's saying.
Their strength was probably because they cheated at the amateur. Everyone else was amateur, and they would send whoever they wanted over there.
That, Doug, I don't think I can say a 5-letter word for cat or kitten.
No.
But I'll check with counsel. So this person uses that word. Blank ass McKernan also got manhandled by Werenski right before the game-winning goal. That's from the Millstat Meat Hammer.
Oh. Now, what does a meat hammer do? That just soften up the meat?
Jackson, this is your time to...
You're wearing a full pound over there?
I got to take it off here in a second. It was like a meat tenderizer.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, flatten it out.
Okay.
McDavid's lost 2 straight cups and a gold medal now to Matthew Tkachuk. McDavid can't beat him. It's from the 314.
Well, it's not really an individual sport, but I'm sure he's frustrated by that completely.
Do you see the video? This was before the gold medal game of the Tkachuks going after him, saying always the bridesmaid.
Yeah. No.
I did. It's tough.
That's a tough label to shake.
Were they going after Draisaitl or McDavid with that one? I can't remember. It's unimportant.
Draisaitl plays for Germany.
I know, but I think it was in a different...
No, you know what? Papers is right. It was Draisaitl. Look at this. This guy knows puck.
Oh, Peter Puck is what they call him.
Why would they be trash-talking Draisaitl at a moment like
because
this?
They were playing Germany. The video is from when they were playing Germany. Let's see. You barely beat Finland and you missed an opening wider than Doug's?
What does that mean?
You deserve the silver. Suck it, 51st State.
Oh, that would be crushing for Canada if we were to come in and name them the 51st state today. Oh.
Jackson probably would rather have a silver medal anyway, so he can get one of those dumb little stuffed animals that McKernan was pissed about getting. That's from Mr. Licks.
That's got to be tough on the person who has to hand out the little plush toys.
Yeah, couldn't that be done maybe after the game?
Giant Canadian.
Yeah, maybe just like an Amazon drop-off.
Yeah.
Like it'll be waiting for you in your hotel room later.
God.
Here's your gold or silver medal. Now here's a stuffed animal.
Yeah,
what? I don't need
tough.
that.
That's tough.
It's like in figure skating, they throw flowers and stuffed animals at the skaters.
Right.
What is that, really? Come on. We don't need that.
Tell that dumbass McDavid beat him 4 years ago. That's from the 314.
Doug, you going to tell the dumbass?
I've lost track of which dumbass we're talking about now.
Clip that off. Morning, how fun was that? Go America. That's from Lisa and Jackson. You've decided she's a gem?
She's a gem. That's a really great take.
Let's listen to some of the festivities. Here is the game-winning goal. Don't you call it the golden goal?
I do, yeah.
Here you go. Kenny Albert.
Hit the lead, please.
And it's Werenski. Now Jack Hughes pokes it around the car. United States with numbers. Back across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
I thought Kenny Albert was fantastic in this Olympics.
And he was on constantly.
He's about the best going, I think, now for television hockey.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Stepped in after
good.
Doc Emmerich, which is a tough spot to be in. But he's done a lot of sports for a long time, friend of the show, and did a really good job.
And you know who else is great, and maybe doesn't always get the credit they should, is Mike Tirico. He's just so smooth. I mean, Bob Costa set the standard.
You trolling Eggy right now?
And Jim McKay was great years ago. But I don't think anybody does a better job than Mike Tirico. He's just fantastic.
Yeah, across sports.
Yeah.
And I think widely approved, which we know in that realm, sports broadcasting, network level, everybody hates somebody. And he doesn't seem to take a lot of shrapnel.
No, he's always so smooth and so happy and says just the right thing.
What a nice little sign off. Do you see this? About a 1 minute sign off, just kind of recapping the game.
It's just really a gem. He's really something else.
Doug, is it me or was there just too much Tirico? That's from Bobby Big Wheels.
Oh, my God.
No.
I would say there was probably too much Snoop. Like, I get it. It's fun. But, boy, they lean on that a lot.
Yeah.
They really like that a lot.
Beer Cats just sent in a meme of Canada lost this year, the Stanley Cup. Edmonton lost in 6. The World Series, Toronto lost in 7. Olympic hockey women lost in overtime to the U.S. Olympic hockey men lost in overtime to the U.S. And then 0 Super Bowls. That's from Beer Cats with a meme.
Yeah, that's true.
They still got us in Grey Cups, I think.
This would really be a good time to swoop in and make them state number 51 because they're hurting. They're down.
Please have Iggy call in and respond to Doug. That's from Just Don't Press Push.
Does Iggy, I hate to ask, does he not like Tirico?
That's correct. He thinks he's overexposed.
Yeah. I just think he's fantastic.
Iggy, call in.
Well, and it's a rarity. I mean, I think, Costas could do it. Al Michaels could do it. Joe Buck's done it. But where you're kind of in the host role, but then you just kind of seamlessly go over and do some play-by-play, whether it's golf or basketball or football.
Yeah, and I'm sure in an event like that, he's constantly got somebody in his ear telling him this and that while he's talking and looking pleasant and never stumbling over a word, never saying anything stupid. It's a whole lot harder than he makes it look.
This is kind of an economy question. Are you stocking up on bananas?
Now, play that.
It's an economy
and now play
question.
Mike Tirico's sign-off.
What do you know about custard stands?
As soon as the game ended yesterday, and I got up early, was watching, Iggy sent me Eddie Olczyk's cell phone number, so we got a pipeline.
Yeah, I thought he was very good, too. I guess it would figure for an event like this, they're going to get the best out there to do it.
I think it was early in the game that Brian Boucher is in the box down there on the ice level. He said, I've never seen a game this fast. Like the players, the movement up and down.
That was like an NHL All-Star game if they really tried their hardest. That's kind of what it was.
And Connor Hellebuck, who we here in St. Louis within the last 12 months got to see truly struggle to the point that you wondered if he would get the start in Game 7, gets the call, of course, for the gold medal game, and really was the reason why they won that game. I mean, he was the guy. So many saves. Take your pick. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not like Canada didn't have their opportunities where they self-imploded, but there were some saves in there, 41 of them, where you just go, you got to be kidding me. I mean, Devin Taves has to be, he was one of the players that Boldy beat on the Americans' first goal, and then also he was sitting there on the doorstep when Hellebuck got the stick on it to keep Canada from taking the lead.
He was the NHL MVP last year. I think we have the image here of the guy who can't win the big one because we almost got him in the playoffs.
That's his reputation throughout hockey, though.
Yeah, but he was voted by his peers as the best player in the league last year.
But regular season, when it comes down to playoffs, and then in this case, Olympics, the reputation, and that was one of the things that they did discuss throughout the broadcast, but he earned it, and that closes the door on that. I mean, that was an all-time performance from Connor Hellebuck. Your thoughts are welcome, 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, and you're also welcome to call in. Doug, it's been more than a week since we've been able to talk with the listeners on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And then, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com with Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, and I'm a client, and we recommend Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Sweet mother of mercy, Doug, it felt like minus 4 degrees out there in St. Louis yesterday with the hawk being up out of the north.
I guess the real feels
today.
aren't a whole lot higher than that right now.
I'm telling you, if you're running into any issues with your heating system, go to DesignAirService.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you back in the Stiefel Studios in St. Louis after our Cardinal Spring Training Week. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Missouri and Fayetteville.
Well, that didn't go well, did it? Ugh.
Dilladoy and Los Angeles.
That even went worse. I saw Ty Sedney all over again.
4.9 seconds this time.
Mm-hmm. They just all got out of his way. Oh, you'd like a layup? Here you go.
Can't blame Derek Grimm for this one.
No.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Healthcare Evolution, 7 o'clock hour. Healthcare-evolution.com. And Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you back in the Stiefel studios here on the morning after. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The play that no one's talking about is Charlie McAvoy stopping the puck with his chest at the goal line. That's from the 314. He's right about that. Mm-hmm. That was another huge play, another glorious scoring opportunity for Canada.
Yeah. He was actually on all fours, wasn't he, when the puck hit him? I think he
get
was.
Into your deviant mind.
Oh. Yeah, it looked like Canada could easily have won that game about 4 or 5 to 1, if not for Hellebuck.
Yeah.
And the U.S. missed some chances, too. Austin Matthews had a wide open look at the goal early in the first period and decided to pass.
Yes, they had a couple of those opportunities where they... And you're yelling, shoot.
Of course, yeah. I think the whole country was.
Yelling, shoot?
Yes. He was literally 8 or 9 feet away from Bennington with no one in front of him, and he passed. I don't get it. Shoot.
It's pretty cool that we had 4 St. Louisans between the men and women's hockey teams and the Olympics. That's from Tim's Offshore Bookie. And little Jackie Papers has Matthew and Brady Tkachuk talking it over as they win the gold for the U.S.
Okay, guys, you told me you're watching Miracle, growing up, dreaming about this. You're living it right now. How does it feel?
It's hockey's our game. Hockey's the United States of America's game. It's the greatest country in the world. We have, the best support ever. Hundreds of millions of people back home. So many people in St. Louis. Everyone in St. Louis. We could feel the support, whether they're hockey fans or not. Everyone's watching. Everyone better be partying right now. Everyone better be wearing the red, white, and blue for as long as they can. It should be like a month mandate, wear the red, white, and blue in the United States and celebrate us and the other Olympian gold medalists.
How do you feel, Brady?
I mean, I feel on top of the world. I mean, just to do it with all my brothers here, and there's so many people that we could thank. I mean, Matthew said everybody in St. Louis, all their family and friends, and I mean, even every first responder, everybody that protects and serves our country, like, this is for them. This is for every American and
all the military putting their life on the line for us.
Every single person wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. So we're super blessed and super grateful.
You're hearing that anthem. How emotional was that moment?
I just wish they put us next to each other. It made us go in number order, but it was my voice is starting to go because of that. I haven't screamed that long and that loud for a long time. So it's it's incredible.
I heard ultras help with the sore throat.
Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. I'll test that out.
There it is. Audio courtesy of KSDK's Corey Miller.
Yeah. Matthew sounds just like his dad, doesn't he? He's got the same voice.
Yeah, you hear Big Walt the whole time. He's probably sending out a wellness alert for Keith, feeling like the team is on the way back. And meanwhile, Big Walt's just wandering around Milan. Like,
they had a shot of him in the crowd a time or two.
Big hugs at the end there.
Yeah.
Pretty cool for St. Louis, for the U.S., Doug.
Yeah.
And if you're going to win the gold, man, do it against Canada in overtime. Yeah, had they won 4-2 or 5-3, it just would not have been the same. You got that added drama there.
What a proud moment for that family, though, to have not one but 2 kids.
Yeah.
Just superstars at their sport.
Same with the Hughes
gold
family.
medals. Yeah.
And then Walter, I don't know if you guys saw the pictures that were posted of Brady and Matthew over there with Walter.
In 06?
Yeah.
When they were little kids?
Yeah, how about that? With their sister.
Mm-hmm. We were probably calling him at the Jays, what do you want, dirtbag? Hey, you want to come on the show?
Sorry, Jackson, that was probably tough to cut, but thanks for doing it for the show. That's from Bobby Big Wheels.
You didn't like that much.
You were rooting for Canada, Papers?
Oh, come on.
I was not. I was rooting for America.
I didn't know what that text meant. It was tough to cut.
Funny.
And we're back.
Good to be home.
In the old US of A, or you mean St. Louis, Missouri? Both.
Well, I didn't leave. We didn't live in America when we.
I know.
I thought you went over to the Bahamas for a respite.
Yeah, instead of flying home, me and Doug decided to take a quick trip over to Freeport.
You guys had to panic. You had to like pack up and run.
Yeah.
Doty and I stayed behind, cleaned things up for you.
Well, we got to St. Louis by way of New York, of course.
It's on the
We
way.
fly from West Palm to LaGuardia, New York, and then to St. Louis. We might as well double the length of the trip home.
It beat the original. Our flight from Atlanta back to St. Louis, the connection flight, got canceled. It was going to take off at 10:55 p.m. But shout out to Jesse Kiowski, our promotions director here. Got us on a flight to LaGuardia and then back home. So we got home around like 8:30, which is considerably better.
Yeah,
considerably better.
Not bad. First world problems.
Sure. Plus, traveling with Doug is a treat.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's easygoing. Just likes a snack. Preferably some Wi-Fi so he can watch some ball or something.
Have you traveled with people who aren't easygoing and pitch a fit all the time?
Really? Who?
I'm not going to divulge.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be uncomfortable.
Yeah, it sucks.
I traveled.
Members of this presentation?
No.
I traveled a time or two.
I'm going to call.
No.
Doug, I'm going to call.
I think I can get one yes.
No.
I don't know. I got pocket sevens. It's kind of a dry board. Queen high.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to flip
Queen
the
high
cards over.
6, 3 rainbow. I don't know. I'll call. Off comes the 10.
God, I don't know. I've traveled with people where it's not as easy going, and it sucks. Doug just sometimes has trouble with getting the ticket up on his phone, but that's easy.
Oh, I struggle with that
That's
sometimes.
easy.
Yeah.
That's easy.
That's part of the comedy bit. Young Papers assisting Papa Doug.
Yeah.
He was wheeling me. I was in a wheelchair. He was wheeling me around the airport.
That's right.
Guys, I have a direct flight to PBI in March, and the answer that Jackson's not giving is Iggy. Thanks. That's from
No. Iggy, it was just funny. It was just funny with Iggy. It's not hard.
When we flew back from Jamaica that time, he did in a plane in the airport so long without smoking. As soon as we landed in St. Louis, he hustled outside. He must have had 5 cigarettes in 10 minutes.
At once?
He had to get caught up. Well, almost at once.
Will the SLU VCU buzzer scrap be discussed at all on this show? I heard you say Mizzou and Illinois, but they didn't mention SLU yet. Doug, that's from Cheese Deluxe.
Them guys. They texted us instead of their fellow Billiken friend.
Well, I apologize on behalf of the Billiken fans and, candidly, our employer. They're the ones who pay us now. For not getting to St. Louis University and for leading with the United States winning the gold medal for the first time since 1980.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the Billikens were in a little bit of trouble there in the second half, weren't they?
They keep doing it.
Yeah.
Keep starting slow. Don't do that in the NCAA tournament. Don't do that.
No.
12-0 your score to start against VCU. And then they mounted the Sunday charge in the second half, the charge that they were not able to mount against Rhode Island. They were able to mount against VCU.
Yeah.
And then, Doug, as they had pulled away, we had a little scrap there at the end. Take a listen.
Great crew here tonight from St. Louis. And St. Louis is going to win it. Whoa, it's us. It was Louis, and now a little bit of activity going at the end of this. And you just don't want to see this happen. As they're trying to separate everyone here. Not what you need in this highly contested game here this late at all. And they're trying to get everybody back to the respective benches. Are you all right, John?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Is everyone okay?
And you see it there for VCU.
Well,
it was a push.
Well, listen, they were talking before that. While it was at half court.
With Lewis, who went right into our setup here.
Mike, they were talking trash to each other while the ball was live. So that collision was just the final thing needed to ignite those emotions. But here's the thing. You can't do anything that might hurt your team moving forward in terms of suspensions.
Yeah, I mean, look at Josh Schertz racing onto the course. You've got to be kidding me, guys. Like,
and there's Coach Martelli. Any coach would do that. Like, you just don't want to see this.
Doug, you could hear VCU or bums from a gentleman.
Over and over.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of the put him in a body bag guy from Karate Kid. Remember that? Was that like 84? Elizabeth Shue, Ralph Macchio, Pat Morita?
I don't know who it was. That wasn't Ackerman screaming like that, was it?
You think that was Ackerman?
I don't think so, but it could have been.
It had the shades of that video you've ever seen where Will Ferrell pretends to be a Yankee fan. Jeter, you're a bum. You're a bum. But whoever it was just kept screaming that. There's a great video, too. Ross Chaffetz, who's sitting with his dad, Dr. Chaffetz, he's rolling video of just the final seconds being dribbled out there by, I think it was Quentin Jones. And the VCU guy decides to be cute, swipe the ball. Underrated was Robbie Avila chucking the VCU guy.
Did the right thing.
Kind of bodied him into the crowd, and then it elevated right in front of the scores table. But that Ross Chaffetz video where you see the fight sort of happen, his dad is seen like putting his coat on, like as the brawl is, he's not even aware that this thing is about to happen. There's definitely bad blood. Last year we had the fight in the stands.
Yeah, in the stands last year.
With the VC, and then Smooth called in to explain it to us. This year we had a fight on the court.
Smooth can call in with a report on this one.
I feel like they'll be playing again, Doug, in Pittsburgh for the A-10. We'll probably be doing the show from Pittsburgh and then on the payroll. Boy, I kind of wouldn't mind seeing them play again. Gosh, just with the bad blood that we got going now.
How about the athleticism of Schertz getting in the middle of all that?
He was sprinting.
Jeff Van Gundy, Alonzo Mourning?
Yeah, he fared better than him.
Wasn't on the shoe.
Yeah. Breaking that whole thing down, Quentin Jones was going back and forth with a couple VCU players, and it was leading into it. And then there was a shove. Doug, would you call it a gentlemanly shove?
Well, I don't know.
With his elbow. And the clock's ticking down, and then VCU steals it and then throws up a shot from half. I mean, it's just so hack.
Ridiculous.
And I don't care if it would have been Missouri doing that, if it would have been St. Louis University doing that, if it would have been Illinois doing that, I would have said, that's hack. You know, I mean, there's a play, and I believe it was against Kansas. Do you know the play I'm talking about?
Yes, the guy steals it, dunks and starts screaming.
Yes.
Yes, it's the lamest
And it was against
move in
Kansas,
basketball.
and I thought that was weak as well.
If they're dribbling out the
against
ball.
Kansas,
Yeah.
so it doesn't matter that it was against St. Louis University. I'm not saying if St. Louis University would have done it, even my guy, the bad man, I would have gone, oh, that's hack. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You got your asses handed to you. You had a 14-point lead. You were up 12-0, and you blew it. And you were probably playing for the NCAA tournament, and you got worked over. And you're going to do that. That's a bitch move.
100%. If someone's dribbling out the clock, they're doing you the courtesy by not trying to run up the score. So just let the game end. Trying to steal the ball, and then you'll hear people go, well, the game ends when the buzzer hits 0. Nonsense. If someone's dribbling out the ball, you let them dribble out the ball.
Here is Josh Schertz on what took place.
I would preface it by saying that I was shaking hands and talking to Phil Martelli when it started, so that I don't have the, but the gist of what I saw was we were dribbling the ball out, clock was running out. I guess we probably could have picked the ball up as opposed to dribble it. I would assume the guy for their team went to go steal the ball, which is, not illegal by any stretch. It's certainly not, it's frowned upon, but not illegal. So he stole the ball and went to go shoot it, and Rob fouled him. And then their guy two-hand shoved Rob in the back, and then I think our guy came in and stood up for his teammate and shoved him back. And so it's, it'll get blown out of proportion, but at the end of the day, it's an emotional game. You're playing a rival. I mean, they're I don't know if we're a rival to them, but they're a rival to us, and so, emotions run hot, but I didn't, at least from what the initial, there wasn't anything that was significant. It was literally just guy stole the ball. Rob didn't take too kindly to it, fouled him, and then that guy didn't take too kindly to Rob fouling him, two-hand shoved him in the back, and then our guy shoved that guy back, and then everybody just milled around and did what the general basketball fighting does, which is everybody's trying to get held back so they don't have to do anything, and everybody's, so it's at the end of the day, it'll be nothing.
Kind of a media giggle there. We didn't quite have the chuckle.
Then every VCU bench player gets tossed from the game because they left the bench area, which is fun. Just have 4 players out there for that 1.1 left on the clock.
Most importantly for SLU, Atlantic 10 on Sunday said no suspensions, and that's moving forward for the Billy. That's all you're thinking about is there going to be any reprimand? Atlantic 10 did issue a reprimand, Tim, so they got the tisk.
Oh, no.
From
Put
the
on
league.
notice.
They violated the sportsmanship policies from the Code of Conduct. Both programs are going to be fined according to the conference policy. No suspensions.
Can we get that guy in studio to call you guys bums? That's from the Devil's Crotch.
We need him right outside the door.
Yeah.
So we can just kind of barely hear him, but he is a nuisance. I think if SLU had to do it all over again, they'd probably just let the guy steal it and you go have your fun. Okay, we just beat you. Game over. Let's go.
I liked Avila doing it.
He just kind of bodied him.
Yeah.
I appreciate the macho-ness of standing up and saying, no, you're not going to do that. But I don't know that it was worth a fine and the risk of somebody getting punched.
But I think in the heat of the moment, you're not even thinking that way.
Yeah.
You're like, what are you doing?
Beer Cats, I guess, saw it. Says, I can picture the dude yelling that VCU are a bunch of bums. He was in pleated khakis, a needlepoint belt, a white or blue sweater over a button-down, and was drunk on 3 Mick Ultras. He was with his finance bro coworkers who all thought he was yelling. What he was yelling was hilarious. Douche. And that's from Beer Cats, and he's not happy with the guy yelling VCU are bums.
No. I thought he was trying to describe me there for a moment with the khakis. It was not me. I was still trying desperately to get the game. I was trying to get the game on my phone with Wi-Fi, but Delta not have any Wi-Fi on the phone.
Jackson, why doesn't your private jet have Wi-Fi?
Doug spent, it's a 3-hour flight from LaGuardia back to St. Louis. Doug spent pretty much all 3 hours trying to get Wi-Fi on his phone. That was basically what he did.
I logged into Delta Wi-Fi, but nothing comes up.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, I've never been more hopping mad. I was kind of looking forward to watching the game on the ride back. I didn't see a second of it.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, the Delta, we took 4 total Delta flights. 3 of the 4, the planes had the nice little TV screens in the back of the seat.
Yeah,
it was
great.
real sweet. Watching hockey, it was good stuff. This plane was much smaller and did not have that. So Doug, he didn't get what he wanted.
No.
SLU with a 55-point second half. They do have that ability, and we were watching the game Tuesday at Rocco's Tacos, and I kept saying, it's coming, it's coming. It never came, but they have that ability to just blitz a team. It was like a 21-2 run. Thames, Sharma, and Abel had been really quiet in that game, and I kept thinking, is he going to show up here? And he was huge during that stretch. Even against a really good team like VCU, they can do that. They can just, all of a sudden, everything clicks. But, and Schertz talked about it on Sunday, and the players said we got to start faster. Can't keep digging a hole. Dayton game tomorrow, 6 o'clock. On the old Rich Gould channel.
Oh, is that right?
Huh. Channel 11.
Channel 11.
Doug, you can find this one tomorrow night.
Jackson, I think we get it as YouTube TV people.
Yeah.
We do?
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. In.
For sure.
You got the Gers playing against your favorite team.
Rick Barnes and the Vols coming to town.
Yeah, thank God it's not in Knoxville.
Jackson hates
Now, when
Just
bracketology comes out, is Mizzou going to be out again?
Yeah, probably. Who knows?
Boy, you just brushed right by that like you don't even care anymore.
I just want to say this. Just watch tomorrow when they play Tennessee and watch when Tennessee gets the ball in the corner. They like to run the screen. It's an off-ball screen that they run on the guy who's guarding the corner man, and then they slide over. It's a moving screen every single time. They cannot run this play without doing
like
a moving
Tony
screen,
Romo over
and
here.
they never, ever call it. They've run it for years. They've run this double screen kind of thing on the baseline, and a guy goes to the corner, and it's always a moving screen.
Get on the zebras.
It's always a moving screen. They don't call it in Knoxville. Maybe they'll call it in Columbia.
Okay.
Yeah. But I love Rick Barnes. I do, truly.
If that was a Mizzou game, Jackson would have found a way to get kicked off the plane to watch it at the airport bar. That's from Jake in Kirkwood.
I would have figured that away. I would have had it up.
The next 2 SLU games are on ESPN Plus. Good luck finding that extra sub service. That's from Evil Calvin.
Yeah. Don't have to. Channel 11 Tuesday night, 6 o'clock at Dayton. In advance, let's be aware though, this is one of those ESPN Plus games that we're simply carrying their broadcast. So if it's a bunch of 19-year-olds from Columbus, Ohio that go to Dayton, I don't know.
Deal with it.
I don't know. The Saturday game will be the Ackerman-Troy Robertson game on the 2 Fox. Saturday night, that's the Duquesne home game. So Channel 11 Tuesday, 2 Fox Saturday.
All right.
There you go. Doug, you don't have to get online. You're still going to complain, but I'm spelling it out for you.
Doug, when I say the name Michael Gaines, do you know who that is?
Michael Gaines.
Because he just texted me to say it was me.
Oh, he's the one yelling?
Somebody texted that it was him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I know Michael Gaines.
Michael Gaines was on the program We Are Live, which had I think about a 2-month run on KFNS. Martin.
KFNS, that's pretty lengthy, actually, in the history of KFNS.
Ownership, after we put them in Afternoon Drive, told me it was not a good enough show and that it needed to be replaced. Got all of 2 months.
No.
And so that was...
all right. All right, what are we doing here?
So Michael Gaines was on that program, and he just texted me to say it was me. He's the VCU or bums.
Well, is he going to call in and give us more info on that?
He's very active on social media as a Billiken fan, for sure.
Gaines, call in. Doug Smooth is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
He's our VCU SLU correspondent.
That's correct. Good morning, Smooth.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Oh, we're doing fine. You?
Sounds smooth, doesn't he, Doug?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm back smooth at 3 O's. I just wanted to call in because I was actually washing up early this morning, taking a shower. Then my wife said, "Wait a minute, did I just hear your name on the show?" I said, "What are we talking about?" He said, "I think Smooth need to call in and talk about the game again." So, of course, y'all was talking about it, how VCU and SLU played last week, and a fight broke out again.
Yeah.
And this time it wasn't in regards to the fans in the stands, but it was the players this time. So I'm like, I think we officially have a real rivalry in the A10, and I love it.
That's a good way to look at it. Yeah, we've been trying to get something heated in the A10. Here we go. VCU.
And remind us again how you were involved in the fight, or you were close to it, or something.
They did the reporting. Was it Phil Russell's family a year ago?
Yeah, I was maybe 2 rows from the SLU fans, and maybe about 3 rows from Phil Russell's mom. And throughout the whole game, she would just be excited for her son, be saying all kind of stuff. You know how fans like to banter between each other and everything. SLU fans would say certain things. And I guess it got to a point towards the end of the game, once it was established that VCU lost the game or we're going to lose the game. And she had enough. Then all of a sudden, someone from the family walked past my mom and I and swung on the guy that was right next to us. And all of a sudden, a whole fight broke out. But the good thing is that before the man came past us, my mom and I started seeing the tension building. So I said, "Mom, let's go and get up and walk to the aisle." And then that's when the whole melee started, and it was just crazy. But this game here, from the last game last week, seeing what I saw, I was like, my goodness. And unfortunately, Doug, you asked me if I was going to go to the game. Yeah. And I talked to you last month, and I said, no, I wasn't going. But I wish I did, because I tried to go to the game, but my plug, even though I call Martin the plug now, my other plug, he was unavailable to give me tickets. He was already sold out because, SLU's playing Amazing this year. But I wish I did go, because that would have been something to see, to go to 2 VCU first SLU games in a row. And a fight broke out.
Now, Smooth, I'm new here, but now the plug, historically, is the plug the guy who has, the hookup, or does he have the drugs?
Doug always talks about Lena the plug.
So back in the 80s and 90s, I would say in regards to drugs.
Yeah, and now I'm the plug.
and Jackson, I'm sure you can also confirm with me as well.
Drug talk.
But yes, someone who has the inside, hook up with someone who can make something happen for you, that's the plug. So once again, Martin, you are the plug.
Oh, my man. The plug. I apologize for not getting you plugged in Friday night, but I think we buried the lead. Was your wife listening to TMA? You subjected her to this show?
So usually each morning she wakes up, works out, and then when I wake up, I instantly put on 101 ESPN, and so it's pretty loud. So when she walked past it, she heard my name, and I thought she was just messing around. I said, "No, tell me what they said." Then she said something like, "Maybe we should have schools call in." And I'm like, "Oh, wait a minute, I made it now."
Who's the plug now?
Who's the plug now? But also, just want to say, speaking of SLU, y'all know I got to do my own plug. But on the Platform Sports Talk Show Network, every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, this Wednesday is the Man Cave, and I will have SLU legend himself, Larry Hughes, on the show.
Oh, that's a big get.
It's a nice get.
Yeah, so he's been on the show about 3 times now. Amazing conversation, just like I had with the one and only Tim McKernan.
Oh, man. Where's my gong?
There's only one.
NBA's decade-and-a-half run, Larry Hughes. Same sentence, Tim McKernan.
It's true.
St. Gabriel.
It's true.
Right.
It's damn true.
Yeah.
Who was the better guest, Hughes or McKernan?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Who was the better
Doug, go
guest, Larry Hughes or Tim McKernan?
Because Larry Hughes been on the show more, I have to say Larry. Now, Tim, there's still plenty of time. You can make that happen again.
I am available anytime to join you, Smooth. You know that.
And also, Jackson, I want to get you on as well.
Talk Tigers.
Actually, the whole, if I can get the whole crew on. Not at one time, but eventually down the line, just get each person, just get y'all stories told. I think that would be amazing.
Doug, you want to go on Smooth's podcast?
Sure.
I recommend it.
The plan with Larry Hughes is that I want to be able to get him on, talk about how his son is now playing for, I think, Santa Clara. So, he was
Cal State Northridge.
He moved to Santa Clara.
Yeah, Cal State Northridge having a great year, and I think
Cal State.
That's all right. And I would like to tune in because I had texted with Larry, but I'm anxious to hear because I think I don't want to phrase it all, but he's not actively around like he was since his son left the program. So I wonder what his feelings are about the current run.
Exactly. So hopefully, that's the plan, is to definitely just get his mindset on his thoughts on the whole SLU program and everything. So that should be very good, man. I'm excited about it. And talk about it also, his basketball camp that he's been having for the last, 5-6 years or so now. So should be some good conversation.
Smooth, always good to hear from you. Thank you for the call.
Hey, thank y'all. And great job last week in Florida. I love the conversation y'all had. And lastly, Jackson, if you need someone else to help you out and get some guys on the show, like Jordan Walker, let me know.
My man.
Oh, wow, look at this.
He could be the plug.
Producer. Smooth the plug. Martin the plug. Former fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette said Doug 22 and Martin the plug. Jackson, you're an Adam 22 guy.
Yeah.
I thought you really were.
Well, about 5-10 years ago, he was doing his No Jumper podcast.
You ever listen to No Jumper, Doug?
Which is great for underground hip hop. It was really good. And now he's gotten more into his wife's work, which, hey,
Doug, that's Lena.
Good on you.
Lena the plug.
The money's good, I hear. So,
Doug, are you following?
I don't follow as much as I used to.
Did you see he got in the ring with the guy that did some stuff?
Doug, I still don't know what we're talking about. Underground hip hop, rings and stuff.
He fought some gentleman that slept with his wife?
I was trying.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that a cockstitch?
Well, if you fight back, I don't know.
I think he got beat too. So he's
Doug,
really.
Was that David Horowitz?
I don't have the slightest
If you
idea.
retaliate, I don't know if it can be a cock.
I don't think he got any punches in. I think he just got whooped.
Oh, really?
No.
That's definitely
So
a
he
cock.
got cucked
That's
and
a double
whooped.
cuck.
Yeah, that's
Cuck and whoop.
It's a bad beat.
Guys, this is a show where the listeners get more guests booked than the people who get paid to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's from Stephen Time of the Brothers Time.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
So we couldn't get Jordan Walker on when we were standing next to him. Smooth's going to get him on for us.
Yeah, literally standing 2 feet from him. I couldn't.
What if Doty's camera were still up and you could see right now Walker's walking and looking for us?
He could have tripped over the table and knocked him on.
So there's the Hughes brothers, the Kachuk brothers, and the Time brothers. Big weekend for all three.
Jugs in D.C. is our official Atlantic 10 correspondent. And he says VCU are bums, so Michael Gaines is correct. And GW versus SLU for the title, book it. So there it is, Doug, if you want to put that in right now.
Okay.
GW versus SLU for the title. I have to say, I could see that being the case. What do you think the number is going to be for the Billikens in Dayton tomorrow night? Got to be a packed building, Martin.
On the road, I'd say.
Dayton's bounced back a little bit since that beat down here in January. SLU has not won there since 2014, 11 straight losses at that
SLU
building.
minus 6.5.
I think that's too favorable for SLU.
I agree with Martin. I think it's a 4.5. That's where my number is.
I think maybe the win over VCU the other night might have been the clincher to get the Billikens in the tournament, regardless of what happens in the A-10 conference tournament at the end. They might have already been in. But if they weren't, now I think they are. Even if they don't win the conference tournament.
Shirts on a podcast. I can't recall which one. I think I was talking about it last week, Jackson. Is it the CBS podcast?
Yeah, with Jeff Goodman and those guys.
And he was saying, well, you're never in unless you truly can lose the rest of your games and get in. And I think we all would agree that if St. Louis University were to lose to Dayton, Duquesne, Loyola, and George Mason, and then lose in the first round of whatever round it would be for them after buys in the A-10 tournament, that they would not get in. But with that said, it's highly unlikely that those things happen. But I think it is very reasonable that they could lose 2 regular season games. I don't think that that's asinine. I mean, if you lose to Rhode Island, you could certainly lose at Dayton, and you could certainly lose at George Mason. Yeah. But is it likely? No. So, yeah, St. Louis University is not even listed when they go through the bracket matrix right now of being a team on the bubble.
Yeah. Loyola of Chicago should be a layup. They're a terrible team. But the others are going to have to play. They're going to have to play to win those.
And for the record, Rhode Island had a nice response following beating the Billikens by losing by 13 to LaSalle.
Yeah.
Oh, did they?
Boosting up that resume.
Yeah. That's the Archie Griffin experience. Is that what they call it?
Mm-hmm. I was told it was a good loss. I was told. Like Kwame Wayukis, right?
He's got to come back at you now.
Kwame Wayukis is calling in. Yeah, he wanted to call in last week.
What a delight.
You're welcome to get involved. 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. And you're also welcome to text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Chris Kerber will be with us for his Monday morning appearance. Back after we are back from Jupiter, Florida, and Cardinal spring training. And that is coming your way at 8:15, talking about the U.S. win over Canada in the gold medal game. How many people, Martin, have you seen ratings on that? I'm curious. With the 7 o'clock start Central Time, I mean, everybody I know was up watching it, but I'm sure plenty of people also did.
Yeah, I have not seen a number. I saw that Vancouver final, which was the U.S. and Canada, got like 27, 28 million, and there was speculation with Richard Deitch, who said, I doubt they'll get to that number because of the early morning start, but I don't know. The buzz going into this.
I bet we get numbers this afternoon.
What do you think the number will be, Papers? 30 milli?
Yeah, I was going to say 31.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, yeah, if you did the average viewer, I think maybe a puck drop, maybe not that much, but by the time the third period started, it was like, 9:15 Central? That's probably about right.
Baldwin Beerbitch is mad as a hornet. And she's not usually mad as a hornet. He didn't say it was a good loss. You sound like an ass.
No. Wow, coming after me.
Is that who she's? I was wondering who
Well, no, because we don't need to rewind the tape. I would say that's a bad loss. And it's a quad 2. Okay, it's fine.
Hey, hello, bitch. It is a bad loss. Rhode Island's
It was a bad
under
loss.
500 in the league, 15-12 now overall. They're not a real solid team.
Yeah, and it did not undermine their season, but it made things a little more. It removed a little bit of that window you had.
It's just a reminder that every team has got some players, and if they get hot, hit from 3-point, you can lose to anybody.
That's exactly right, and that's what they ran into with Hinton. More people watch that hockey game than any damn basketball game, I can tell you that. That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy.
Probably. I wonder, I could look up the USA-France gold medal game from 2024.
All right, that's a good comp, Doug. USA, France. Parlez-vous français? Think about that. While Jackson's doing that, I'll tell people about Healthcare Evolution, our 7 o'clock hour sponsor, and that's Logan Taylor's company. And we recommend Healthcare Evolution. Doug's been out there. Jackson's been out there for hair treatments. I've been out there for shoulder treatments. And you might be like, well, what kind of operation is this? They're treating your hair. They're treating your shoulder. Jackson has the hair treatment. You're going back out there, next week? Is that right?
Yeah, next week or the week after.
So they do it all. Healthcare-evolution.com. the 7 o'clock hour sponsor here on the Morning After. And here is what I would tell you about Healthcare Evolution and what they can do for you. If you've got an injury and you're sitting there going, man, I'm not going to be able to go in and see my main doctor for about 3 weeks. And then I know when I go in there, I'm going to have to wait to go see a specialist for another 4 weeks. And then maybe I can get some treatment to feel better. That is not the way it is anymore. And it's changed because of Healthcare Evolution. Got pain? The traditional healthcare system puts you in a waiting game. Weeks for primary care, weeks for specialists, physical therapy, MRIs, likely 2 to 3 months just to get answers. Or Healthcare Evolution looks at your pain the same day and offers real treatment options right away, such as regenerative injections for pain relief and healing. Discover how Healthcare Evolution can help you get back to living life. Schedule your free consultation today with Healthcare Evolution. Why wait months to feel better? Healthcare-evolution.com. Jackson Burkett with an update.
It was peaked at 22.7, average about 19.5. So, yeah, I would bet that the Olympic gold medal game yesterday will outpace that.
I would think so, yeah.
Guys, that was some of the best hockey I've seen in my 55 years on this planet until overtime. It should have been 5-on-5. That's from the 314.
Ooh, I like that 3-on-3.
I do, too. You can't take your eyes off it.
Yeah, it's so fast.
It's edge of the seat watching.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Holy hell, it was 7 a.m., not 3 a.m. How lazy do you have to be to not get up at 7 a.m.? That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Endearing.
Jackson, did you get up?
Yes.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I was afraid to ask.
I didn't get up explicitly to watch the game. That's just what time I woke up. And I was like, oh, that's right. Hockey game. Fired it right up in bed. And then once the third period started, moved to my couch, full cup of coffee. It was very enjoyable.
2 periods in bed?
Well, I started right about when U.S. scored that first goal.
And that was 4 or 5 minutes in, right?
Yeah. So pretty early on. And then, yeah, watched it in bed. And then moved over to the couch, had some coffee. It was great. Really enjoyed it.
Doug, Canada had 6 expected goals. USA had 2 expected goals. A true upset. That's from Steven Time.
That means situations where they were expected to score as opposed to be stopped.
Well, you guys mentioned it earlier. McKernan had a wide open net there.
Yawning? Yawning net?
Gaping.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the Taves won with the hell of a pass.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was
that
crazy.
was just...
McKernan will see that puck on a stick for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
It really is something that sticks with these guys forever. I mean, you look at, nobody knew Mike Eruzione before 1980, and here we are 46 years later. He's still considered a legendary figure in sports in this country. I don't think the same will hold true with this game necessarily as the impact that one had. But it is something that they'll carry with them for the rest of their lives. They'll remember that in a big way.
Yeah, especially if you were one of the players with missed opportunity, like McKernan, like Taves, and Taves was beat by Boldy on that first goal as well, so that stands out. Sidney Crosby, I mean, how beat up did he have to be to not play?
Yeah.
And then in Canada, they're like, I mean, while they wanted him to play, what does it say for Crosby that as much as he wanted to play, that he sat it out? And then it's on McDavid, and then McDavid not able to get things done. And as we mentioned in the 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by Healthcare Evolution, he was out there on the ice. And you take a look at who was out on the ice for Canada when that took place, and you're going, my God, that's like if you could set it yourself, you would have that, even though it's 3-on-3. And the U.S. beats him. Jack Hughes, fresh off of losing his teeth in a classic manner for which somebody to get the golden goal. Chris Kerber will give us his thoughts. That's coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMI STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The U.S. defeats Canada yesterday in an overtime thrower to claim the gold medal in men's hockey, the first gold medal for the U.S. since 1980. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, Doug. You ever pull up on YouTube this concert from Oakland, Alameda, just a month before the plane crash?
I had planned to do it later today, but I haven't done it yet.
If you scan the dossier, Tim, and you don't look at the 7 o'clock segments, which I happened to do, I just saw a segment 8-2.
8-2
is just called More Bird. And it had some Bennington audio, some Jackie, but I didn't understand More Bird.
If you see the...
I understand. My mistake. And then I
Q
scrolled
Freebird.
back. Segment 7-2 said Q Freebird.
Jackson, do you enjoy Freebird?
Yeah. I like this whole album from Lynyrd Skynyrd.
Have you ever watched the show on YouTube?
Mm-mm. I have not. But like Doug, I plan on doing it later today.
Wow, everybody's going to be watching YouTube.
Yeah.
There's
nothing else to do.
Appointment viewing.
Tuesday's gone. Give me 3 steps. I'm looking at the listings there. Yeah.
That plane crashed like 30, 40 days after that concert.
Think about it.
Skinner, Doug. Sweet Home Alabama.
Okay.
Roll Tide Roll. Where the Skies Are So Blue.
Oh, okay. All right.
Here is Jordan Bennington, the sound that Martin made reference to.
More Bird.
You have to leave it, please,
Corey
Bill.
Miller.
Obviously, not the finish you wanted, but just how would you describe tonight?
What a hockey game. We left it all out there, and we got to hold our heads high. A couple bounces the other way, and we have a better lead, and that's hockey, and this is gold medal game, overtime. What an experience, and just with this group of guys and just seeing the relentless tenacity we had all throughout the tournament. It's so special to be a part of, and I'm so grateful for it, and just lots of lessons, like everything in life, and
Final thought, just personally, what are you going to take away from this whole experience, everything about these 2 weeks?
Medal aside, as an athlete, growing up as a kid, just having this dream, and just the times where you're kind of by yourself and you're realizing what it took to get here, and you feel proud, and it's a special opportunity and experience, and I'm very grateful for it.
Very level-headed there, yeah.
Corey Miller, KSTK over there getting that sound.
Now we're left to wonder what happens to him with the Blues. Will they try to move him?
If he could have gotten a shutout, does he get traded?
After a shutout?
Yeah, if he would have gotten a shutout, and everybody would have been talking about him, like Hellebuck, of course. But I think it wasn't a shutout, but the point being, if he would have been the story. I mean, in the Four Nations, he had saves that were credited with the win.
Mm-hmm. The position they put him in as Canada's best goalie, I think, should be an indication that he still has significant value. And if the Blues are serious about turning the team over and rebuilding, then he may not be long for the team.
What if he'd won the gold medal and then the first question, all right, you think you're getting traded? There was something similar. I sent it to Papers late in the game. I apologize. So you do have it. Okay, so Austin Matthews, captain, much like Papers captain here. The interviewer, I guess, decides to shift it. At that moment, Doug, we're going to go back and talk about Matthews and the regular season that he's having in the NHL, not the Olympics.
I don't want to take you away from this moment. Obviously, it's a tremendous accomplishment, but in a couple of days, we're going to have to get back to the NHL regular season. But how do you think you're going to take, this winning experience, like in this, everything you learned with this incredible group, and kind of like take that for the rest of the season?
I'm trying to live in the moment, man. Come on.
I think it doesn't matter what anyone says now. Austin Matthews is a winner. Austin Matthews is an Olympic gold medalist. He's a winner.
Yeah, that's what the media in Toronto should be talking about. Austin Matthews led us to a championship, so.
I got nothing else to say.
All right, the question wasn't egregious. Like, what'd you take from this, Doug? But I think he was trying to kind of go there with, can you now get over the hump with the Leafs?
Yeah.
And then the Hughes brothers sort of stepped in.
In the midst of that, Quinn Hughes was asking for another beer while he's sitting there.
I saw the Jack Hughes quote where he said, "I love America. We have great dentists."
He's going to need one. If you had
we have that sound, right, Papers?
Oh, okay.
Well, this Jackson is on.
Yeah, he's having a big show, man.
He was.
Oh.
I'm lucky I'm from the best country in the world, and we got great dentists there, too. So I'm lucky I'm American, and they're going to fix me right up.
Standing there listening to the anthem, what's going through your head?
Just so proud. I'm so proud to be American. I'm so proud of this group. I'm so happy that we could win. You know, we have so many people here supporting us. We have so many people back home supporting us, and you know, we're so thrilled with how this whole tournament played out, and you know, just an unbelievable moment for USA Hockey. We've been feeling that love for so many years. You know, so many of these guys have been with USA Hockey for so long. We have so many ex-players, ex-Olympians. All the guys we looked up to reached out to us. We got their notes on the wall in the locker room, and they sent some unbelievable messages, stuff that, you know, puts tears in your eyes, honestly, because it means so much to them. It means so much to us. And the next batch of kids in the next 20 years, it's going to mean so much to them. So that's why we do this. The USA Hockey Brotherhood is so strong. We're so proud that we could do it for them. And we're so proud we could do it for everyone back home.
These guys are like 24, 25.
Mm-hmm. I saw a video yesterday of some youth hockey game. It looked like the kids were 8 or 9 years old. Right in the middle of the game.
Yes.
The parents started cheering in the sidelines, so they stopped playing hockey, and the kids started hugging each other on both teams.
Skating like they had just scored a golden goal themselves. That was awesome. The one I saw was in Raleigh. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah. It's amazing how the country comes together in moments like that. Everybody gets behind it.
That was the Mike Tirico sign-off. It was about how sports can bring us together, Doug. Unify us. Yet TMA divides us because of the text line.
I agree with that. Canada is losing their ever-loving mind over this. That's from the Sheepy reporter. Doug, have you had a chance to read in the Montreal Gazette this morning?
I haven't read that. I read most of the Canadian papers, but not that one.
Yeah, Montreal Gazette sat in at Bruno's Sports Bar in Montreal. That's over there in Little Italy. Ever been to Little Italy in Montreal?
No, I've not been to
Montreal.
Montreal.
Up there covering an Expos game. Tim Raines. Is that Steve Rogers, who's a pitcher?
Coco LeBoy. Don't forget him.
Warren Cromartie.
Yeah. Let's see. Roman Boswell was over at Bruno's, and he said, Canada's men played really well, but they were robbed. He is an American living in Canada.
How were they robbed?
For 8 years. Boswell said he had been rooting for a Team Canada victory. I'm cheering for Canada for the first time, and it hurts to see them lose. So he's an American who moved to Canada, and he was cheering for Canada. Doug, that is Roman Boswell.
Well, they can have him. The refs, to their credit, kind of put the whistles away and let them play. Now, you have to call something when somebody hits you in the mouth with a stick and you lose your two front teeth. The U.S. had a 4-minute power play there and couldn't score.
I thought that was going to be their undoing. When they did not convert on that, I said, there we go. We're going to be talking about that all forever.
And then Canada gets one of their own, so they kill the penalty, get as much time as possible with that 4-on-4, and then they go on the power play. The one that I gather Canadian fans are unhappy about is the lack of the call for the too many men on the ice in the third period.
Oh, yeah, they did get away with that.
This is more than a game today, Joey Cornelli said during the match. You know Cornelli?
Yeah, go. Yeah, good friends.
He said, asserting that the U.S. tensions with Canada had only raised the stakes. This game is political. That's Joey Cornelli.
I don't know about that.
Oh, he's your friend. Quote, it's our sport. We don't want to lose. That's from Cedric Lamont.
That I can understand. How they would be very upset to lose like that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
No. And the women's was the same way. Lost the women's tournament the same way.
There's no doubt that the game is political, said Xavier Chartrand, who said he would have rather cheered for a Team Quebec. As a sovereignist, we didn't lose, we just didn't win.
This key needs to be cut off.
Lose games
cut
in
him
the
off.
NFL and still win.
Is it okay once he says as a sovereignist? Is that like calling Ron Jacob and saying season ticket holder since 1964? As a sovereignist, Doug.
No, you do not get a free pass.
Peter Johnson said it's a good opportunity to start drinking early on a Sunday without feeling too bad by yourself.
Peter Johnson. Someone gave a fake name on that one.
Somebody gave a fake name at
Peter
Bruno's.
Johnson.
Sir, do you
Peter
mind?
Johnson.
Can we, I'm with the
Text
Gazette. Yeah, I'm with the, can we just get a couple of quick thoughts? Thanks so much. What was the name again? Peter.
Now, what about this one? Elodie Pichet. Do you think that's a real name?
No. But big credit to your French.
Yeah, fifth grade St. Gabriel's.
That's right, yeah,
Doug,
big
watch this.
credit.
La lavature. It hurts a bit to have lost twice. We wanted to show the United States that we were better. I think we lost a lot of opportunities to score. We should have lost, but at least we weren't beaten too badly. That was what Missouri fans were saying after the loss in Fayetteville.
Did this guy have his little legal pad out saying, "Oh, this is gold"?
I don't
write
know.
all this down.
I doubt he speaks for the country with those comments. You imagine how upset that whole country was when that goal went in?
I'm sure they're furious.
Just the disappointment from coast to coast, letting that in.
I think the U.S. killed every penalty in the Olympic tournament. Did they not?
Jackson?
Including the 5-on-3, Doug.
Yeah.
That was a
Yeah, that was
harrowing
something.
experience, too.
Chris Kerber is going to give us his perspective on the gold medal win coming up next. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour on the morning after the program, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen local in St. Louis, going back to their founding in 1979. They don't get paid unless you get paid, and they know after an accident, money can be tight, and that is why everything is free right after the accident. Money's tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. You can always call for free any day, anytime. Your first consultation is free. They come to you for free, whether it's at home or in the hospital. At Brown and Crouppen, it won't cost too much because you pay nothing up front, and they never get paid unless you do. And when you're a client, all questions are answered for free. Call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com and let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements. The program's called The Morning After, live from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN.
All right, that St. Louis weather, it's messing with you. Could be up to 70 like it was just a few days ago, or it could be in the 30s like it is now. And if you've got that scenario going, you want to make sure that that air conditioner, that furnace you got at the house is running perfectly. Make sure that you've got it checked out from Classic Air Care. Look, they know that if something goes wrong, it's stressful. They know that it's never at a convenient time. So they've got over 100 vans on the road. They've got people that can get to you within 24 hours. And they want to make sure they get to you quickly, get the job done well, get it done accurately, let you know everything that's going on, and make sure that you're not messed around with, and make sure that you're getting everything you need done properly. And the simple reason is this: they care about customer service more than anything else. They're there for you. They're going to make your life easier. They're going to make your home comfortable. They've done it for me. They'll do it for you. It's Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN show, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen as we broadcast from the Stiefel studios and on our polosplus.com dossier. Chris Kerber joining us coming up in this segment, and Gabe DeArmond coming up at 9 o'clock. And then we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 9:45. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, the voice of the Blues, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful, and I can't wait to get your perspective on what we witnessed 24 hours ago in Italy with the U.S.'s overtime win. What are your thoughts?
You know what? I thought it was as close a game as we were going to see with these two teams. I loved watching every minute of it. It was an exciting game. I mean, Canada had chances to win that thing. United States had a late power play, and Canada's penalty kill got it done too. And it came down to the three best players on Team Canada on the ice against the U.S. And Connor McDavid tried to go 1-on-3. Cale Makar makes an aggressive play, risky play at the line, missed it, and the U.S. capitalized. And for USA Hockey, it's absolutely fantastic.
How'd you think Bennington looked in the net?
He looked good. Bennington was exactly what we talked about the whole time. There was no more pressure on any one singular player in that men's hockey tournament than Jordan Bennington. From being doubted all the way through the season to not having good numbers with us to everything, even though, I mean, we all knew that he was going to be their number one goaltender all along. People just didn't want to hear it, and Bennington was fantastic. You don't hang a silver medal on Jordan Bennington. The best players in the world for Team Canada couldn't get more than one past Connor Hellebuck, and eventually you've got to score some goals in this game. So I thought Jordan Bennington was just terrific in that tournament.
And if you're a Blues fan, this is the perfect scenario. You're probably, rooting for the U.S. if you're a Blues fan, but you don't want Bennington to look bad. And the result was perfect because the U.S. wins, and Bennington had a great tournament. I think he was like 1.74 in his 5 games. And if anything, maybe it gets him kind of going again. If he's not going to get traded, maybe he gets on a little bit of a run, but maybe a little bit of a boost for him.
Yeah, listen, even his post-game comments, Martin, were classic Jordan Bennington. Some great perspective on it. If you watch the way Team Canada, when Team Canada was awarded the medals, and they did it in numbered order, right? And so they put the medal around each guy. Jordan Bennington was the first guy that I noticed that kind of grabbed the medal and looked down at it. From where he's at in his life, his career, things, he's in that sweet spot mentally where he's able to keep things in perspective and go with things. So this is a guy that, yes, he hasn't had a good year in terms of numbers for the St. Louis Blues, obviously. Very few people, except for maybe one or two, have. But the reality of it is he's been a positive guy to be around. There's been a next day mentality for him. And, I think we're going to come in and see that same Jordan Binnington. He was – I don't know about you guys. You guys have watched them all year, as I have. I'm traveling with the team and all that, but – zero surprise. Hell, we talked about it on the show. Zero surprise for me that he had that kind of tournament.
Yeah, he's also playing with Team Canada. I'm like, all of a sudden, you are surrounded by some of the best of the best.
He just rises to the occasion.
That's the one thing. I was doing all these interviews from different radio stations in Canada and stuff, and they're asking about Jordan Binnington, and I'm like, guys, Team Canada is not Team Blues. There's just a difference play. And what it goes to show you, what it shows you is the team play in front of a goalie does matter. And yes, in a single game and then over a stretch, the goalie can steal some, but you still have to play better. And that. Listen, if we take this off of Jordan Binnington and just look at the Blues as a whole, there is something team-wise this season that just hasn't clicked yet. It hasn't come together because it's not just Binnington's numbers that were down. It's a whole bunch of them. So, again, it is the one thing about, baseball, football, basketball, they're all team games, but, there's a reason you see these basketball players try to get their two best buddies together to try and win a championship. In baseball, every single play is really an individual play of mano-a-mano, that comes together as a team game. In football, that quarterback can make that big of a difference. In hockey, even if you have the greatest player on the planet, he's only averaging 18 to 20 minutes a game. You've got a lot of ice time other people have to play. It truly is an ultimate team game.
So what is your prediction on Binnington's future with the Blues?
Oh, I have no idea, Doug. We're about to enter a real interesting period. The roster freeze ended last night at midnight, so teams can make some moves here. You look at the number of teams that are still in the hunt. That's the first interesting factor. The second one is the fact that with the salary cap having gone up, and then with the NHL also announcing that, what the salary cap is going to be for the next few years, it really gives teams the ability to plan ahead they didn't have before. But with it going up, there's a lot more teams that have more cap space now than you had during that flat stretch run coming out of COVID. So you put that all together with the fact that, the Blues is Doug Armstrong. Doug Armstrong's word where he called it an embarrassment this year. That's what he said in his interviews before going over to the Olympics. So trying to predict the moves that this team's going to make right now is extremely difficult. I think that for the guys that have won the Cup with the St. Louis Blues, whether that be Parayko, Thomas, Shen, and Binnington, I think the market could be very good on them. But is the market high enough? And that's really the thing, because I don't see the Blues in a move where you're acquiring draft pick assets for some of these guys. There's got to be players coming back. There's got to be guys that can advance this, because where you're at with some of the young guys of a Broberg, Holloway, right now, Thomas, Kyrou, those guys, Snuggerud, Neighbors, like you're in a good spot. So there is going to be some movement there. I believe there will be a veteran or two players moved. At some point, they're going to have to clear a logjam roster-wise here. Stenberg didn't play that last game, so he might be nicked up down there in Springfield. If they want to call him up, they've got to move some guys. If guys are coming off of IR, there's a lot of things in there. So it's a long-winded way of, and I apologize for it, of saying I really have no idea.
Yeah, I suppose that's where we are. It would seem to me likely that if you're going to move the veterans, he's one that's still got significant value, and you got a guy in Hofer who could probably step in and perform pretty well.
Yeah, listen, there's no doubt about that. But the other scenario is there's probably two ways of looking at this, and I could see both happening. Well, I guess three. One is, some of these guys you don't move. Now, every single one of them in some way, shape, or form has a no-trade clause. Some have full no-trade clauses. Some have modified ones. Like a Justin Falk, I believe, is like 15 teams or something like that. So, one, that could impact things. Two, you could be looking at a Jordan, you could be looking at where this team is at, and if Doug Armstrong and Alex Steen go to Bennington and a couple of these guys and say, if you want us to move you, we're going to find you a place. Like, we're not where we thought we'd be. If, you only got a couple of years left, which I believe Jordan Bennington's going to have another contract after this one. So he's got more than a couple of years left. But to me, the point is there could be a respect factor that they decide, if you want us to move you, we'll move you. And then, the flip side is they look at it and go, okay, how do we judge this year? This year is so off of what they really, truly expected that they don't overreact. And you're still going to have time to move some of these guys throughout the summer and into next year because they still have contract term on it. And so to me at that point, now you're weighing the return you're getting, which is what I was saying before. So those are the three scenarios I think that they sort through as they decide to make these moves.
And with all the trade talk out there, was notable over the last week or so. Robert Thomas back from injury, and I guess they said he had a minor procedure, leg injury of some sort. And he actually talked about the noise that's out there. But Thomas at least being healthy, I mean, you can't even talk about trading him. It'd be unlikely if somebody's injured. And I don't think they're going to trade him, but he did at least talk about it.
What I think is when the team says they're open for business, or the way that it was being reported, obviously Doug Armstrong does, like the way it's being reported, I believe there has to be some fire where there's some smoke, right? If you are another team and you're looking for players and you're looking for, the Blues to kind of shake things up, I believe you're calling on a bunch of these guys. You're calling, saying, his neighbor's on the table, is Thomas on the table, is Parayko on the table, is Bennington, is Shen, all these guys, right? So none of that should surprise anybody. I mean, that's just teams doing their due diligence. What I'm kind of curious about, and we'll get a chance to dig in more this week, Martin, is, Robert Thomas's comments were that, it was something that they thought they'd be able to try to get through, right? And just decided to make the move now. And to me, that was probably because he still had Olympic team hopes, but whatever it was, how much of that was affecting his overall play? So that I'm real curious on that aspect of it. So, but at the same time, look, there's so many teams that are in this that there's hockey trades to be made right now, because I think so many teams are close enough that it isn't just going to be trading, hey, we're going to trade you for second-round picks and third-round pick. How do you try to adjust your team? So I believe it could be one of the most interesting and impactful trade deadlines that the Blues have had in quite a long time. And I'd say even more so than when they decided that they were going to turn the page from the O'Reillys and Tarasenko's and company. So this next week and a half, 2 weeks is going to be fascinating.
And I did point this out earlier, but Jack Hughes is going to be in St. Louis, the Olympic hero. We've got the Devils coming to town Saturday. I'm sure Caruso's probably queuing up the video now, but that'll be kind of fun for the Blues fans.
Yeah. There was a report today that teams, I don't know when Team USA is going to go to the White House or something like that, but there may be a delay in some of these guys reporting back to their teams. But, it'll be pretty cool. What a great moment for the Hughes family, for them both to get overtime goals. I don't know, like you had to get chills, if not choked up, when you saw them bring Johnny Gaudreau's kids out onto the ice. Yeah. And that to me just speaks so much to the closeness of what this great sport is when you get these teams together and what teammates mean to them and how thoughtful they are. That they can battle like they can battle with everything on the line and all the pressure they had, and at the end of it, they're thinking about Johnny Gaudreau, and his kids and things like that. So, it'll be special to see all these U.S. Olympians as we go throughout the league the rest of the way for Team USA. I think it's fantastic. Look, you could see the competitive defeat in the face of Team Canada, which you would expect. At the same time, we've got, from a Blues standpoint, Parayko and Bennington coming back as silver medalists. And that's a silver medal in the Olympics. That's pretty dang cool the way I look at it. Spectacular run for Dalibor Dvorsky. great experience there for Sweden and Broberg. Glad, Pew Suter, great job with the Swiss. Like there's so much to celebrate, man. And I think it's going to be great that as we go through the final 25 games of the regular season, whether it be a player that's on the opposition or one of our guys, we get to celebrate those accomplishments because let's face it, the Olympics are still maybe next to the World Cup, the biggest world sporting event there is.
Chris Kerber with us every Monday here on TMA, giving us his perspective on the magical morning in the U.S. yesterday. Kerbs, always appreciate the time. Thanks so much, man.
Okay, guys, have an awesome week. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. That's Chris Kerber with us here on TMA on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And we welcome you to participate on the Callier and Thompson phone lines as well at 314-974-0101. You can also talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Libby, Jackie DiCaprio's talking to STL Chris and Big Blonde Dan. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. Open up your YouTube app. Type TMA STL and subscribe. 309 friends are in there talking it over right now. And you can do so as well. It's Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. That's Michelob Ultra, a longtime sponsor here on The Morning After. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt will take your phone calls, 314-974-0101, and also filter your emails for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. That's how you can send your emails in, The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
We want him back. We asked Mo. Not really my purview.
Well, we asked Chaim Bloom, we asked Ali Marmol, and they're both on board.
Right, they didn't shoot it down.
I think they'll be wearing red caps today when friend of the show, Michael McGreevy, is on the mound.
They have those special spring training hats I think they'll wear that are red mostly.
Here's your lineup, Doug. You want to guess the lineup?
No, I have no idea what the lineup's going to be.
Catcher batting first, catcher batting second.
Mason Wynn on the top of that leadoff spot. Alec Burleson, Weatherholt playing second and hitting third. Nolan Gorman, who got his eye back at third. Jose Fermin, Nathan Church, Jimmy Crooks, Joshua Baez, Leonardo Bernal, your DH, Doug, and Michael McGreevy.
Okay.
On the mound as the Cardinals and Marlins do battle at Roger Dean Stadium.
Were you guys surprised to see them sign a 31-year-old veteran infielder the other day? Ramon Urias.
Ramon Urias. Would you call him a gloveman?
He is a gloveman, Swiss Army knife of glovemans. Nice. Former Gold Glover. But it just seemed like the whole theme of the offseason was to go young, and let Gorman play all the time and see what JC's got and all these guys.
Yes, so therefore my answer to your question is yes.
It seemed bizarre. I didn't get why that was necessary because it wasn't a big-name vet who's a little more established and it was, a quality player. He's won a Gold Glove. Maybe they know something we don't about somebody's health or something. It was just it seemed to be an odd addition.
They're only paying him $2 million, so that's not much in terms of baseball salaries. But it just doesn't lock in, doesn't fit with everything else they've been trying to do.
Had they grabbed a right-handed outfielder, would it seem to make a little bit more sense because that's something they probably have a need for. But it seemed in terms of utility infielders, they got that in spades.
Maybe it's because Newt Barr's injury is sort of bizarre, and if he's not back, then Fermin's an outfielder. Maybe Sajasi kind of is an outfielder. All of a sudden, then maybe you're thin on the infield.
I think I think it was MLB.com rated the Cardinals as the worst offense in Major League Baseball this year. They had them ranked last. But by golly, if we can still just get hot. I don't know how you wouldn't. They really don't have much proven punch at all in the lineup. I don't know that Ramon Urias is going to help.
Chuck doing a Tony? What are you on, a Chuck Bender?
Okay.
I think both my brothers are hot.
Oh, you're not supposed to say that, Charlie.
Is that what the Hughes brothers said at the podium?
Doug, questions are coming in fast and furious here for us in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You're not going to take any?
Limited.
Oh, so you will take
questions.
some. All right. 314-399-9646. PolosPlus.com dossier. We had Chris Kerber on with us earlier. You can always go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Coming up on the PolosPlus.com dossier, The Colonel, brought to you by James Carlton in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. You only sign this guy to flip him at the deadline or because you plan on flipping another player at the deadline. It means nothing. Move on to best waffle fries in Jefferson County. That's from Steven time, Doug.
What are you going to flip him for?
Bring him home, Heim. Brandon Crawford. It's in the TMA Reddit Insider.
I don't know that you sign a guy like this with the intention of flipping him at the deadline. I don't know what you think you're going to get. Everyone else could have signed him too and didn't. So why are they going to give up a promising player now for him?
Good morning, Tim. Did you enjoy any dashes? Do you like it when it's spelled D-E-S-H-E-S? Did you enjoy any dashes this weekend? You were craving down in Jupiter, and we're happy to get again. When you returned, thank you. That's from Big Tuft. Doug, well, as you know, Friday night is pizza night. Mm-hmm. So from the plane, I ordered pizza. I went to Dewey's on Friday. And then Saturday got Wingy Wingy from Billy G's.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And sallied in and watched some college basketball with the family. Billikens, rah, 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 Fight Tiger, and ILL. Tough one because ILL dealt with that Bick Cronin.
I hate to see him win a game like that.
Papers,
or any
you got
game.
The audio of that 4.9 and then Bick Cronin.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackie Papers.
Mm-hmm. All right, please hit the labor.
Is this the McKernan apology, which came prior to Illinois?
This is the call of the UCLA full court win here.
Okay. Tyus Edney asks.
Get to half court. Here's the pick.
I didn't even hear the announcer.
They still remember Tyus Edney, too.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Then here's McKernan postgame.
We did not run one thing we practiced.
Oh, jeez. He's upset.
Because we were rattled because they were making shots. And I just thought, I was worried before the game because, you know, everybody's got all the answers behind the keyboard. And these kids read that stuff, and I'm oblivious. You know, but I could see it on their. I didn't like the look on their face before the game. Like, I think it was almost like they had lost confidence. They were, you know, and we played like that early. We played like that until we forgot about it. So I kept telling them, it's your career, guys. Like, nobody's in Ukraine, you know, carrying a rifle, man. It ain't that. Just let's play some ball, man. Play some ball. Trying to relax, you know, trying to get them to relax. So
his pep talk is, "You're not in Ukraine."
All right, man. He acts like he's an extra from The Sopranos. He was the man was born in Cincinnati.
Yeah,
and he's talking like he's from Jersey. Mob boss from Jersey. And you're not in Ukraine. Okay.
Yeah, I'll say to his credit, it was a good kind of a scheme there. That ball screen at the half-court line really messed up Illinois. I mean, Illinois defended that pretty okay. It's hard to defend that, and tough bucket there from Donovan Dent.
Couldn't they have slowed him even off the inbound? I mean,
you do your best. You can't foul, though.
That's what they're afraid of. Everybody's afraid of fouling.
Well, you're down. They're only up one. You send them to the line for 2 free throws. You basically lost.
Like almost no resistance. Stojakovic seemed to be like,
you just can't foul. You can't foul. You make him. That was a tough bucket. He had to go up and under on a layup going 100 miles per hour. Credit to him.
I would have liked to see a little bit of resistance. You can't play scared either.
I'd rather make a guy hit a free throw than give him a layup.
They didn't give him a layup. That he had to go up and under on a pretty good defense. I don't know. I think it's a tougher play to defend than people might give it credit for.
Colonel's going to join us coming up here talking about Missouri's loss in Fayetteville. They had a lead. Jackson, when I was watching that and they had the lead, I never really felt like they were going to win the game.
No, but it was a very winnable basketball game, I thought. I thought that was a game that they should have had.
Really?
Yes.
You give up that many points.
But Mizzou's undefeated when scoring more than 73 points.
So, wow, that's a stat.
Yeah. So
how about that, Doug?
That was the first loss of the season when scoring 73 points or more. So I thought the way that they were playing, they could have controlled the tempo a little bit more. But Arkansas is a really good basketball team. And Mizzou never wins at Bud Walton. It's really frustrating.
You weren't in tears or anything?
Not in tears. No, you go 2-2 for the rest of the way. I think your ticket's punched.
Beat Tennessee tomorrow night. You got Mississippi State on Saturday. Doug, you get Arkansas at home. And who's the fourth one, Papers?
Oklahoma.
That's right.
At Oklahoma.
Norman.
Yeah. Yeah, you win 2 games, whichever 2. I think your ticket's punched.
Oh, my God. Mizzou hoops. I'm out for the day, boys. Sorry, that's from Harrison's Brother Master. Okay. The program's been 90% United States.
Yeah.
Turn the radio off right there.
Forward to your text at 9:30.
Guys, what are your thoughts on the guy on the TMA fan page who's mad at the guy for cursing? Doug, what does that mean?
I don't know.
You guys got to log off.
You guys got to log off. Who's cursing? I mean, I think there's profanity on the page. I believe I write profanity on the page. There's not an anti-profanity policy that you've enacted, Jackson.
No, I haven't enacted that policy.
I don't know. You're going to have to be more specific. Somebody cursed and somebody's mad on the TMA fan page. Doug, would you like me to delve into it?
No, I could really give a rat's patoot.
I mean, seriously, that's...
I might be
concerned about that.
You got insight.
I think I may be able to provide some insight. It's nothing too exciting. I could be wrong, but I'm seeing a post of in the USA celebration line. Trocheck Jackson, who's that?
Yeah, he's a player.
Yeah, that player Trocheck.
Hockey player for Team USA.
Yes, and I believe he mouthed, "I'm getting messed up tonight."
Right, but used a different term.
And I think that might have led to some child explanation.
Oh, no.
Gotcha.
Oh, somebody said they're going to have to explain that to their children?
There's 41 comments on the thread.
Lord.
Didn't sift through them all, but I could see that being what they're alluding to. That's about as exciting as you're going to get on that page.
All right. Well, we probably should stop what we're talking about and tend to that.
Do you want me to text Gabe, tell him we can't get to him today?
Probably would make
to push
sense.
him. I don't think you'll be upset.
Chairman, was it lonely in here in the studio, or do you kind of enjoy a little freedom?
I missed a few of you.
Oh, jeez.
Obviously, Tim, I wish he would have been in here.
Here we go.
I was here in spirit.
Huge ups to Chairman Kurt through that whole week, doing a lot of work behind the scenes, making sure everything went smoothly. And
Wonderful drops.
did a great job getting everything done. So huge ups to Chairman Kurt.
I appreciate it. It's fun to run the board, but it's also nice to come back here to this cuck chair and just take phones from Smooth and such.
Smooth and
Don't
such.
say and such.
It's great to have you back.
Big day for phone calls. Doug is saying it since earlier. It's cold out. We'll take a lot of calls.
That's right. When it's cold, we take calls. Hold on a second. We have a problem with people cussing in a YouTube chat. We used to be a proper country. That's from the STL Gator.
What? What are we talking about?
Well, let's see. We have a problem with people cussing in a YouTube chat, ? We used to be a proper country. It's from the STL Gator, and he has to be pleased with the way Florida's playing.
Boy, howdy. No one has a problem with that, Gator. Everything's fine.
F them losers. That's from Father Brown Eye. I don't know who he's talking about.
No,
but
I don't
He's not
either.
happy with them.
Sometimes you need to give us one more sentence so we know what you're talking about.
Shrubs.
Was Kurt at OB's, and why didn't Jackson meet him up there? That's from Rusty Pecker.
I did spend the first period up at OB Clark's.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
You were there?
Yep, hanging out with a recovering alcoholic. I think Chaser was hanging out. It was packed. It was nowhere to sit. I only spent a period there, but it was wild.
That's why you
get
left.
dirty wings?
Couldn't sit down.
I don't like my wings dirty at 7 a.m., but
Do you think they had the fryers on at 6:30?
the waitresses were scrambling, and
can
there was
imagine.
plates of tater tots as far as the eye could see.
Oh,
Give me your tots, Doug.
but you couldn't sit, so you had to go.
I'm just not into the whole crowd thing, and especially on a Sunday morning. I caught the vibe, and then I went home and caught a vibe.
Oh, did you?
Tots do feel like the most patriotic of potatoes.
Flip that off.
Don't you think?
Why would that be?
Well, fries are French.
But the waffle fry, you can almost see the stars, the stripes.
I know, but
Yeah, Heim Bloom endorsed the waffle
Yeah,
fry.
almost
He
looks
did,
like
but
a
those are
flag.
still French fries.
Don't you think like a baked potato though is just like
No.
I feel like that shouts America.
No, to me, that I don't mean to come across problematic here, but that sounds a little more Irish to me.
Oh, we're making fun of the
Okay.
potato famine, Martin.
Hates the French and the Irish.
How about sweet potato? Those are better for you.
I like a sweet potato fry.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
I didn't used to like them, but I do.
I'm kind of they've improved. A sweet potato waffle fry. How do you do?
Try and convince yourself, Doug, those are healthy because they're sweet potato fries.
Well, they are. They're much healthier.
but
than
they're
baked
still
potato.
deep fried. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you can't deep fry anything and make it healthy. So this guy threw us right off our stride. We were just humming along.
Thank you. Thank you for the delicious fries.
Okay.
Friend of the program, Malcolm Gladwell, thanking us for the fries.
Was he a surprise guest?
He was.
Back in the day.
The Colonel is going to join us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, and Gabe's appearances every week brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He is my insurance agent, and I would like him to become your insurance agent, just like he has become Jackson Burkett's insurance agent, and Jamie Rivers' insurance agent, and Brandon Kiley's insurance agent, and he's been mine going back to 2019. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net for the best customer service and the ability to save you money on your auto insurance like nobody else. I recommend James Carlton. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. The Colonel joins us next to start off the 9 o'clock hour. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Kansas taking on Houston tonight right here on your home, the Blues 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 7:45 p.m., tip-off at 8. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you back in the Stiefel studios after a week in Jupiter, Florida. And we welcome you to watch the program as we are back without the sunshine. And Martin, you still can't see a blade of grass in the Stiefel studios.
They're furious. I wish I would have brought a little just patch of grass to put right behind here between me and Sherman Kurt. And Tim, you pointed out that the show wasn't on video for the bulk of the years you were down there.
That's correct. We had only been on video in 2025 and 2026.
So how is that a career complaint?
Doug?
I don't have an answer for you on that.
See if the Colonel's got any answers.
Want to see
for us.
grass.
He joins us now here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys?
I was reading 10 Thoughts this morning. Doug, you ever read 10 Thoughts by Gabe? I
read about 8 or 9 of them.
You stop.
Yeah.
You stop short.
Yeah, I'm so pressed for time.
But
That's better than most people.
I look forward to it on Mondays. 10 Thoughts on a Monday morning, and you were talking about how this is, and I'm paraphrasing, but the best that you have felt about Missouri last week, which may sound a little surprising considering they lost on Saturday, but as Jackson was saying in our previous segment, it was a game that was there to be won by a team that, up against a team that could really make a run in the NCAA tournament depending on their health in Arkansas, and that's coming on the heels of the win at home against Vanderbilt. So your assessment of what you saw that you liked this past week?
I thought that was the toughest week on the schedule. They were up 20 on Vanderbilt. Understand that they struggled to finish, but all 40 minutes count. And then they went to Fayetteville in a game I thought they had a chance to lose by 20. And we're in it. I mean, with 6 minutes to go, that was anybody's game. And they had a few empty possessions and didn't win it. But I personally think Arkansas is Final Four capable. And competing with them at their place and taking them down to the wire. I don't think that hurts your standing as an NCAA tournament team at all.
What do you think's happened to Jacob Cruz, Gabe? It seemed like he was certainly more in the mix, or they could count on him a little bit more. It just seems to be shooting less, playing less.
I think a couple things. Trent Pierce has come on and become one of their top, 3 or 4 players, and that's the position Cruz plays. So every minute Cruz is on the floor is one Pierce isn't, and Pierce, I think, is a better player. And the other thing is, I just think this sounds more denigrating than I mean it to sound, but he's like a 4A player to me. He's probably too good to be at the level he was at before he came to Missouri. But when you put him on the floor with athletes like Arkansas has, he has trouble on both ends of the court. I mean, I don't know who he defends on Arkansas. And then on the other side, it's just harder to get open and get shots up against teams that have that level of an athlete.
Mizzou now sits at 18-9, 4 regular season to play before the conference tournament. I know we ask it every week, but where do they sit right now, in your opinion, with their chances to get into the tournament?
They need 2 more wins. I don't think it matters which 2. Just go 2-2. You're going to be that'll put you 20-11, 10-8. You're going to be in the top half of the SEC. You're going to have 6 quad 1 wins, 7 if Auburn can get back up there. Their resume stacks up pretty well if you look at the other teams on the bubble. I think I counted there's about 23 teams you need to watch, and they need to be in the top 13. And I think they are as of now. And if they go 2-2, they will be. And I think one of the interesting things to come out of the weekend is, they did that mock bracket selection where they let some of the media members in. And one of the overwhelming takeaways from that was nobody ever brings up net ranking. Like, Missouri, the net hates Missouri this year. But it's not really something they're talking about. And I don't think they should, because, I saw a tweet yesterday that Virginia was at one point 14th in the net. They have won 8 straight games and dropped 2 spots. Wow. I don't really understand what the net is, and I don't think it should be used to assess your value for the tournament.
But it'd be nice to know all of the standards that they use, because it used to be RPI was the bottom. No, we're switching to net. Wouldn't it be nice if they spelled it out a little bit more?
Well, and we do know most of them. It's just kind of like for years and years, people would reference a quarterback rating, and I knew it meant something, but I didn't really have any idea how you would figure it out, and I still kind of don't. I know wins above bubble matters for the tournament committee. I don't really have any grasp for what wins above bubble is or strength of record. A lot of these analytics, and I know some people are listening and they nerd out on this stuff and say, this is your job. How could you not know? I don't know what to tell you. I don't know, and I'm not particularly interested in finding out.
Maybe it's intentionally vague so that the committee can kind of talk around the last teams that got in, the last teams that are out. Yeah. You can always come up with a reason why.
Well, and that's the biggest difference between college sports and pro sports, right? I mean, there are no committees in pro sports because everybody plays everybody else, and the schedules are relatively similar, and there are mathematical ways to figure out who gets in and who doesn't. You can't do that when you're talking about a sport with, in football, 135 teams, or in basketball, 360 something. There's just no way to equitably do it with tiebreakers.
Anything going on with the football team at this point, or what happens in the middle of February?
Starting spring football, we think, on Friday. We have
even that's
been
vague.
notified of that because when you're in the media, you just sit around and wait for them to tell you where to go, and you don't have other things going on in your life, so you don't have to plan anything.
Sounds bitter.
So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see when that starts.
So you're not happy that they haven't given you the exact time?
I mean, I would appreciate having some idea when they are asking us to be there, but I'm kind of used to the fact that that's not how it works. So what are you going to do?
No, I don't know.
And, Gabe, there's nothing to this Facebook posting that Mizzou's going back to the Big 12. I saw you quote tweet.
Wait, what? There's a Facebook post?
A Facebook post.
It has to be true, right? I mean, I haven't done a study on this recently, but last I knew, Facebook was where the most reasonable, logical, and intelligent members of society gathered to discuss things.
Well, you got that right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hear that in the drops of the week, Friday.
Yeah, I guess I better go write something. I didn't realize that was happening.
Colonel. Colonel, read your post about Mark Mitchell in the 10 things, and man, what a performance he has had, in particular on Saturday, but really across the board. And he is a guy that if Missouri was to make a run, that certainly the offense would be building around. What has been working for Mitchell this year, and what problems has he provided opposing defenses?
Everything has worked. I mean, he is leading Missouri in scoring, rebounding, and assists. The only other guy to do that, Albert White from
Inkster, Michigan, Doug. That's Inkster, Michigan. I know you were looking at some property there. It's Inkster, Michigan.
Couldn't afford it.
Inkster, Michigan's pride and joy. And, both guys who were McDonald's All-Americans and transferred to Missouri for their last 2 years. I mean, I said during the Vanderbilt game, it has to be maddening to play defense against Mark Mitchell because he gets the ball and he just puts his shoulder into you and basically runs through you and scores from every angle. It has to be super frustrating to try to guard that guy. And he's Missouri's best 3-point shooter in league play. Now, he's only taken about 2 a game, but He's shooting 43% from three-point range since league games started. He is the best passer on the team, and I don't think it's close. I mean, the only, I think, flaw in his game really is he's not a great defender. But as I was told Norm Stewart once said about Paul O'Linney's not here to play defense. Mark Mitchell ain't here to play defense. He's here to score.
You think he'll get a look in the NBA?
Man, it's tough just because almost all of his scoring is done within 10 feet of the basket. When you are 6'9" in the NBA, you have to be able to make jump shots, and you're basically a three. And I don't know if Mark Mitchell can be a three in the NBA. I mean, he might get a shot, but I have a hard time seeing him being drafted.
Stephen Time wants me to ask you a question. I don't know if you know Stephen Time, but he says, ask the Colonel if most tournament teams need a $1.99 beer night to get people in the door. That's from Stephen Time.
I think he asked me that on Twitter.
Clip that off.
Somebody did. I mean, the answer is yes, you need a promotion to get anybody to do anything, spending money these days. We've been at 24/7 for 17 months now, and we have not charged one person full price on their first day. If you don't give them a deal or give them something for free, they are largely not coming. And Missouri actually, I think, has a better basketball fan base than most teams in the SEC. I mean, they haven't been selling the place out, but they also have a bigger arena than most people. I mean, they're getting 10, 11, 12,000 people a game, which is more than most places. You look at some of the atmospheres Missouri's played in on the road this year. I mean, Ole Miss was coming off a Sweet 16, and I know they're having a down year, but nobody shows up. They're waiting for spring football and baseball season down there. It's also just the phenomenon of the insistence of Missouri fans to denigrate their own teams is a really weird thing. Most fan bases are making the case for why their team should be in right now, and most of the response I get on social media is this team absolutely doesn't deserve a spot, and here's why. I mean, if you're not going to fight for your team, I don't know who is.
That does seem to be a unique phenomenon with regard to the basketball program at this moment, because my sense is that, if anything, Missouri fans, probably like most fan bases, really buy into the football program. But I do agree that there is a great deal of skepticism regarding the 2025-2026 Missouri basketball team.
I understand the hesitancy on Gates. I don't know if Dennis Gates is the long-term answer, because every time something goes well, the next thing generally kind of doesn't go well, right? Season to season or game to game. So I understand anybody that isn't ready to say, hey, he's the guy and I'm all in. But it's just this whole year, it has been – I don't know if people thought this was a top four seed in the NCAA type team, and they're mad at it. I don't know, but as of February 24th or 23rd, whatever today is, they are in the NCAA tournament. And I understand people's goals are higher. I don't think this is a team that is likely to make the second weekend, even if they do get in. And I understand people want that, but they're not having a terrible year. I mean, I looked back at what I thought preseason, and I said 11-2 non-conference and 500 or better in the league. They were one game worse in the non-conference than I thought they were going to be in November. And I really think fandom has become this thing where we set our expectations oftentimes irrationally high, and then when those aren't met, we're mad. I mean, you guys were just at spring training. I don't follow baseball 12 months a year, but the sense I get from the Cardinals fans I know is that they're not incredibly excited about the direction of the franchise and probably don't think this team is all that good.
It's a tight read.
Well, if this team goes out and goes, let's say, 84-78 and misses the playoffs, those same people that don't think they're very good are going to be angry at the end of the year. And it's like you're setting yourself up to be mad, and it just seems to be a very not fun way to watch sports to me.
I wonder if some of that with Mizzou might get back to that Illinois game, which is the most high-profile game around here anyway, where they look so bad that a lot of people just thought this team is no good.
I think part of it is, you got blown out by Illinois and Kansas. Like on the way to a game last week, I got a text from a friend that said, I've watched Florida and Arkansas and Arizona, Illinois, and I don't know, some other Kansas, like multiple times this year. And Missouri they just can't score like that. And I said, yeah, you're right. Like, yeah, they're not a top 12 team in college basketball.
That's a high bar.
I mean, if you haven't accepted that by now, if you're suddenly expecting that to happen, you're going to probably end up upset. And I'm not saying that I understand fans want to win every game and you always want to win a title and all that. So I get frustration when that doesn't happen, but I also think you have to have some kind of general idea what your team is. And like, if you went into this season saying, I'm going to be mad if Missouri's not like a 1, 2, or 3 seed, well, the chances were you were always going to be mad.
From my standpoint, as a Missouri fan, I find it to be weirdly a good experience, and here's my reasoning. They have high upside. We've seen them play some great games and beaten some great teams. I remember asking you, Gabe, going into the A&M game, the football game that is, which I had super high hopes on. I wasn't sold on Texas A&M being as highly ranked as they were, and I thought that Missouri was going to get better quarterback play than they had gotten under Bo Prabula. That proved not to be the case. But you said, well, I don't know why you would think that because we haven't seen them do it yet. In the case of the basketball team, and obviously you get way more opportunities, we've seen them do that. At the same time, we've also seen them screw around with some bad teams and lose games. But my point being, my expectation level is low, but they've shown the ability to play great against great teams. And so, therefore, it could be, I'm not saying it's going to be an Elite Eight run like 2002, but 2002 had talent. It had more talent than this team, I think, but that was a 12 seed that made a run. This is the kind of season where I could see that, not because they're week in, week out great, but because we have seen it, but they have a high ceiling with a combined oddly low floor.
Well, and it's almost, assuming this team gets in the NCAA tournament, it's actually the kind of team that probably will be much easier for fans to follow in the NCAA tournament. Because if they get in and they're 10 seed, hey, they're supposed to lose in round one. If they do, hey, that's what was supposed to happen. But if they can string together 2 good performances, like you said, they could. If you can beat Florida, you can get to the Sweet 16, right? And if that happens, all of a sudden you leave feeling a lot better. Whereas you go back to the years Missouri was like in 94, Missouri was a 1 seed, right? Our senior year in high school. And that tournament was almost 3 games of just going, okay, they're supposed to win. And I'm just nervous watching this team because the only thing they can do is disappoint if they don't make the Final Four. And they made an Elite Eight run, got blown out, but it was like those first 3 games were just like, well, yeah, they're supposed to do this. Let's get to the one that matters. Whereas this team, hey, you shouldn't really expect much of anything out of them. If they go in the tournament and lose their first game, that's just probably what they're supposed to do.
I wonder what the football comp is like to getting into the tournament and then losing. Is that like 8-4 and you're in a lame bowl game?
I think it's like the season Missouri had this year, where like you beat all the teams you should beat, you lose to the good teams, and the last couple of weeks of the season, there's no real expectation that you're getting in. And I think there were some fans. I think fans were disappointed in this year, but I don't think they were, angry about it because I don't think they expected that to be a playoff team for most of the year. Outside of the people who, that's just how they approach it. Is they think Missouri's going to be a playoff team every year or whatever team they're a fan of. So it's been interesting this whole, and I've been saying it really since the Drake loss. Like the performance on the floor hasn't been elite, but it has been better than I think the attitude of let's say a loud minority of the fan base.
Yeah, and they have played a pretty tough schedule too, and that wears on you over a couple months.
Once the league started, yeah. Now they didn't, once the Kansas game, I think that was like December 7th or something. From there on, they've had a schedule that will compare with anybody in the country. Now, before then, they didn't. And, the irony is some people, and look, I wish they would have played some more entertaining non-conference games. But truthfully, if they'd done that and lost one or two, then they're probably not on the bubble right now.
Gabe DeArmond giving us his thoughts. You can read his 10 thoughts for a Monday morning at PowerMizzou.com. That is Missouri coverage that is second to none. PowerMizzou.com. Gabe DeArmond brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Colonel, appreciate the time as always, sir. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I'll have a good one.
You too. That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Callier and Thompson?
Well, I do, and I think a lot of people probably do because they've been around St. Louis for a long time. They go way back to the 1950s. They've been sprucing up homes, redoing kitchens and bathrooms and man caves and basements, and you name it, Callier and Thompson can do it. They say 65% of their business is repeat customers and referrals. That's a pretty good indication that they're doing things right. Collier & Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets and appliances and countertops in the business. When Collier & Thompson walks away, you will be super happy and have a remodel that'll last a lifetime. There's something about it that wasn't just perfect. They will come out and make it that way. These are high-end people. You will have a redo that should last you for as long as you're going to be in that house. That's how good they are at Collier & Thompson. They got a very deep showroom, more than 10,000 square feet, more than 20 kitchen displays. You can go out there to their showroom and take a little look-see around and get some good ideas of what you can do to have the kitchen of your dreams. They've also been removing a lot of walls to open up the first floor, remodel homes that were purchased in the last few years, but built many years ago. They can make any kind of home look updated and just the way you want it to look. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come on to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
This program is called The Morning After, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Doug, good news. Some interviews didn't go well over the weekend, and they're not happy. We will have the audio of them not being happy next. Okay. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 9:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This program's called TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios.
I'm too poor. You hear his entreaty to pay $500 to play MJ23's course, says Michael McGreevy.
Out off the presses.
You signed a 2 every $75 million signing bonus in just 4 years ago. And regardless, you're playing ball in the show. So pay the damn fee as a memory will last longer than your marriage.
Oh.
Compressing balls, riding in you custom club carriage. But don't ever knock off just for money. And don't tell the world if you do. Because there's a 3.2 index. It's best not to sound like a cheapskate.
Very sad song there at the end.
Abrupt. That was not the edit. I think that's the song.
Have any AI songs ever become hits yet?
Not to my knowledge.
Why don't we walk it down to the arch?
Yeah.
And
See if
the
Courtney
other
wants to play it.
Yeah. Why don't we walk it up and down? Why don't we shop it up and down?
Like what? Like with a cassette?
Yeah.
I mean, the time is coming when an AI hit becomes a national big-time tune, right?
Sure hope not.
Doesn't the Grammys give out an AI song of the year now?
I don't know.
I can't tell if you're joking.
I'm being serious.
Yeah, I would fool Jackson. He's strong.
I was unaware of that.
I'll look it up, you know?
Yeah.
I like that. I'll look it up, you know. Doug, Jackson did play with Michael McGreevy, today's Cardinal starter, but did not enter his score, I noticed, on the Gin app.
I gotta repurchase the Gin app. I gotta do a whole bunch of things since I lost my
can play
wallet.
Grove 23, but he can't enter his score. This guy's out of line.
Oh, I will.
Never found your wallet, did you?
No, I have to do a lot of things to kind of fix that.
Yeah.
So,
Nobody called? Nobody found it?
Nobody called, no. It's not, I don't
Could be in the
have
mail.
my phone number on there. It's fine. I'm not worried. I canceled everything.
You ball so hard that you don't care.
Well, my ID was expiring anyways. That's actually going to be the hardest thing. Is because it says you have to bring in your old ID to replace a missing ID.
Oh,
how's that possible?
Yeah, what's going to happen?
I have my passport, my social security card.
Well,
I feel
you're good, baby. You're
and
good.
then some mail. That should be enough. But that's the thing at DMV is that if you're missing one thing, not good enough.
They'll send you home.
There's some
make you
form
start
I have to
all
fill
over.
out. I'm not doing
Wait in line for good, I don't know how, or get up there and say, oh, actually, you don't. No, I need 4 pieces of mail.
Yeah, so working on it.
Doug, they were not happy over the weekend, and by they I mean a wide variety of people. Take your pick. Bill Self wasn't happy. Dan Hurley wasn't happy, but with himself.
Never happy.
Bryce Harper was on. You ever listen to Bussin' with the Boys?
No.
From the Pride of Bon Terre, and talked about a salary cap. And then let's start with this one. Jeff Kent dropped by the Giants broadcast booth.
Whoa, I didn't know he talked to the media at all. Still.
Talking it over. What do we have here, Papers?
Talking about Alex Rodriguez and the situation that they had, I guess, in 98 or something. Here you go, Doug.
Okay.
A-Rod, he was your size, and he came in hard on you. And you know, you survived it, but I think he got banged up a little bit on that.
He was on the deal for a little bit.
Yeah, I did. He tore my knee up. He slid and rolled his fat ass past the base, the son of a bitch.
Oh.
Put me out for a little while. I was not happy about that because he was a middle infielder, and we were beating him up pretty good. He didn't need to be doing that.
So, not that you've thought about it much since then, but
that's half empty right there, John.
But that was the one time I do remember that a guy really came in hard on you. But anyway, and
I would throw the ball. I would literally throw the ball between their eyes. If they came in and they weren't ducking down, I was throwing the ball right between their eyes. They better get down.
Oh, gosh.
It's a delightful spring training broadcast from Arizona yesterday.
Like
John Miller was a little caught off guard.
By the way, John Miller is like the best ever. I love John Miller.
I think it is a good thing that you can't barrel into the second baseman anymore.
Yeah,
or the catcher. I mean, it was kind of fun to see, but You don't need star players getting hurt or any players
in a
getting hurt.
sport
over
that features almost zero contact with other people.
Yeah.
The fact that they would have football-style collisions randomly was kind of weird.
Wasn't Buster Posey the last straw on that when he broke his leg?
when he got smoked.
Yeah, his fat ass. Like A-Rod, one of the biggest names in baseball, one of the biggest brands, and Jeff Kent just doesn't care. That's what I like. He was always known. He didn't talk to the media, but he was consistent. Network, local.
And you survived it, but I think he got banged up a little bit. I think
he was on the deal for a little bit.
Yeah, I did. He tore my knee up. He slid and rolled his fat ass past the base, the son of a bitch.
And even Will Clark thinks it's a bit starch.
Cardinals need to indug a year that might not feature a run for a world championship. Maybe like have Chris Carpenter come in and tell some stories during the broadcast. Just kind of MF a variety of people.
May need it.
Was A-Rod
What are your
fat
thoughts on
98?
Niger Morgan, Chris?
He had a little bit of a baby face thing going on, but
Okay.
they call him a fat ass. Would just
That
not
seems
be
like a
correct.
stretch.
I just wonder if he was kind of alluding to him being puffy or
Yeah,
something. I
maybe.
wondered if he was kind of in his own way.
Maybe.
Bill Self was not happy. I was actually looking at betting Kansas against Cincinnati, and the spread was fairly minimal considering. And then Cincinnati goes into Rock Chalk Allen Fieldhouse and beats up on Kansas. Bill Self not happy after the game. Take a listen.
Before he said he felt like they should have respected the opponent more. I guess, what do you make of the fact that it's still possible for you guys to overlook opponents, having seen firsthand?
I'm not going to buy that. Okay, so respecting opponents more. Maybe coming out with the same energy that you have against Arizona and other people would be equal respect. We didn't do that today, but don't make something out of nothing, because no team is on point and at a 10 every game of the season, regardless if you're playing home or away. So I'm not buying that.
That's about as angry as he ever gets.
His own player,
Flory
Badunga, said that they overlooked Cincinnati. And that's the coach who apologized to the fans earlier this year.
And they've
for
won four in a row since he did that.
He called them a tournament team, Bill Self did. Their record,
They've won 4 in a row. They got Texas Tech tomorrow. No JT Toppin for the Red Raiders.
Doug, you selling your Texas Tech stop? JT.
I haven't thought about it a lot.
I am.
Texas Tech hoops doesn't really find its way into my inner circle.
Well,
of
had
thinking.
Missouri gotten past Dwake last year, you would have been thinking about Texas Tech. I promise you that.
JT Toppin's a ball player. I feel terrible for him.
So papers in the dossier each day. We have Bird and Bird 2 and Hoop Rock and all of that. Do you look at the dossier and say, okay, I got me some McKernan, need some Dan Hurley?
Yeah.
Do you
Salt
have
and
that?
pepper
Is
one.
it kind of a quota?
I don't try to do it, but these guys.
I'm complimenting. I love it.
I appreciate it. Anytime these guys get on the mic, something happens, especially with those two. So it just kind of falls in my lap.
It seems like the angriest coaches are always college coaches.
Why is that?
Yeah, outside.
I mean, Belichick was kind of a mess. But beyond him,
torts.
Bill Parcells could be feisty, but there aren't a whole lot of Major League Baseball or NFL coaches or NBA coaches that really fire off at people anymore.
We've talked about this before, but usually it's student media, and then also they're in smaller towns where they're kind of run. That McKernan, different case because he plays in Los Angeles.
But I don't know that L.A. is going to be covering, even though UCLA is a big brand. It probably doesn't get a ton of media.
I would agree.
But his apology the other day is I felt half-hearted. We can revisit it another time.
Dan Hurley apologized, Martin, believe it or not. He was not happy with himself. Take a listen.
Yeah. Oh, God, it's a good article. Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
You got a swear jar or something?
What's that?
You got a swear jar?
Went. I almost went for it.
Oh.
But then I knew I couldn't do it. So
I think we had a swear jar or something like that.
the two things I tried to get up from that were cursing and sugar. Ice cream at night, cookies. And I had no shot, so I wait till next night.
Media found that extremely funny.
Well, when he's not dressing him down, I'm sure that everything is great.
But I do think Hurley at times can kind of be fun or funny, whereas Mick Cronin's always preaching, always in charge.
Yes, I think Hurley has a little bit of It's on the floor, madman. But once he gets off the floor, it's still a little crazy, but not as bad. McKernan is like method coaching, where he has to be this guy the entire time.
Almost Bobby Knight-ish.
Yeah, closer to Bobby Knight than Dan Hurley, in my opinion.
And he's from what part of New Jersey? This McKernan with this Bowery Boys kind of vibe. Oh, he's from Cincinnati.
Right, the Brian Kelly effect.
Doug, when is the St. Louis City SC season opener update? Yawn! That's from the Oakville Lawnmonger.
Where is the update? Was that the question?
So the yawn is because we haven't done it, or if we do it, they'll yawn.
That's interesting. It's a preventative yawn?
I guess.
City SC played
draw.
This is Tina's Town. They played Saturday at Energizer Park.
Is that what they say?
Yeah, I saw a quote somewhere because they have the Tina Turner alt kit, but they wore that for the opener. Doug, City
Makes
Red.
perfect sense.
City Red gave way to Gold, Rich Gold, and they played to a 1-1 draw.
When you think soccer,
Charlotte.
you think Tina Turner.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
1-1 draw to Charlotte FC. First goal of the MLS season, Doug, was scored by Marcel Hartle of your City SC squad. But that was it.
Is the MLS the largest league in American professional sports? I'm trying to count how many teams are in the league. Good Lord, there's a lot of them, weren't there?
A lot of expansion in recent years, which some said will keep them afloat because they just kept getting huge expansion fees. It's not a bad model until you look up and have 50 teams. You go, oh, shoot.
I guess if you can get good support from each local market, why not? The more the better. Certainly pays off for the other owners who get a slice of that franchise fee every time a new team comes in.
Well, there it is, Doug. There's your doggy. They asked you.
Yeah, that was a nice little update, I thought.
Roman Berkey!
Berkey is still here, still a captain.
And now they're mad with the conversation.
We can't win. Maybe we should steer away from soccer since we're kind of weak-minded when it comes to breaking down soccer.
You want a fun
Bundesliga, second
We
Bundesliga.
know that. We know there's two ligas.
Is there a
in the
third?
Bundes.
You want a fun soccer stat, Doug?
Sure.
STL City SC has tied exactly 25% of their all-time games.
I don't like that.
25%. Maybe they should go 3-on-3.
But why not? People complain about 3-on-3. Why not put 5-on-5 soccer? Settle things at the end. 6-on-6, whatever.
No bad idea.
Wouldn't that be more satisfying than well we tie nothing.
No bad ideas in a brainstorm.
No bad ideas
In a brainstorm.
Right.
I just can't imagine how interesting that is to the bulk of the fan base to see a 1-1 tie. I don't get it. Why that's just accepted it. Well, it's just the way it's going to be. We tie around here. Yeah, that doesn't do much for me. I'm sorry.
Lynn Worthy of the Post-Dispatch had a conversation with the owner of UFL, Martin.
Mike Repole.
That's correct. He's an entrepreneur and racehorse owner. And he said the Battlehawks are, I guess if the Dallas Cowboys are America's team in the NFL, I guess the St. Louis Battlehawks would be America's team to UFL.
Wow. That's good.
That's good. Frank liked it.
That's a nice feather in our cap.
So Tim decided to shift some of the hate from the doggies and got us into the Battlehawks talk.
Right.
Well, there's a reason, though.
Opening camp today.
Well, there's that, but also the possibility of them playing at the doggies' pitch, as Doug calls it.
I think that would be interesting. I think that'd be great.
Yeah,
My understanding is, though, the UFL wants that to be their model. They're playing in MLS stadiums and other markets.
Yes.
My understanding is City said, maybe not. I don't think it behooves them in any way.
They'll certainly chew up the field.
Well, and they play
thing.
year-round close to it. I don't think City is interested in that.
Right. Like they come onto the field 2 days later.
Right.
And it's
That's
still
my
messed
understanding is that the UFL previously reached out. I have not read Lynn Worthy's piece. I apologize, but I believe that was explored. And I was told City said, we're good.
He said that the league will continue to expand. He wants the teams to play in stadiums that hold between 10 and 25,000 fans.
Certainly would look better on television.
Oh, it'd be a good atmosphere there, I think. For a
And he
Battle
is
Hawk game.
not committed to keeping all the games in the Dome, nor has he taken a definitive stance on potentially exploring Energizer Park, which holds 22,423 as a potential venue. He said he'll listen to the fans, local sponsors, and local experts before making any decision.
Okay, with all due respect, it's not up to him.
Right.
I mean,
Well, what if the people on Twitter say they want it?
Well, if the fans say, we should play at Energizer Park, that doesn't decide it, Doug.
No. Ultimately, Carolyn Kendall will decide, I suppose.
He asserted that keeping the schedule the same provided an important comparison point between this coming season and last season, but he already plans to change the league schedule. Quote, I can't give you an exact date, but I can give you a micropole guarantee. The season next year will start earlier than it starts this year. How much earlier? We will see. He remains adamant that the league will continue to expand. He wants 2 new teams added by 2028, and he said 4 markets are currently in consideration, and an announcement could come at the end of this year. He has set a long-term goal of 16 teams in the UFL within the next decade.
Right now, there are 8.
Double it up.
Okay.
I do think they should move the schedule back where it was, which right off of the Super Bowl, the NFL season, if you're a football fan, just kind of keep that rolling and don't get into the summer months, which is what they're doing now. They did it because of TV, but I think if you could start it up a little bit earlier.
There's not enough parking. It's a Martin sweater vest.
Oh, I like free parking.
Me, lesbian battle hawk.
Not enough parking
for which?
I don't know.
Martin sweater vest, we're going to need you to follow up.
Probably for talking about if they're the play in City SC Stadium.
But they do fine with parking when the soccer games are there, don't they?
Yeah, not bad. A little pricey.
How much is parking?
Well, it depends on where you're parking.
What if I'm like 3 blocks away?
I paid $40 once.
Oh.
Yesterday, Lakers, Celtics, Doug out in L.A., $100. I saw that posted. I was actually, it doesn't seem that bad for L.A.
Oh, man. That would keep me home watching
If you're
TV.
paid, but your tickets are probably several hundred to go to that game. So maybe it's a ratio thing, Doug. What's your ticket to the game versus your parking?
And people just keep coming up with the money to pay it. So
this gentleman, I assume gentleman, but maybe it's a young 24-year-old in from New York City at Wash U listening to the show.
Wow.
But more likely a gentleman, probably aged, who says, I hate both of our fake pro teams equally. He is not happy that we're talking City or Battlehawks, and they are called fake pro teams.
I don't know if they're
There's
fake.
a fake pro teams league?
No. The UFL, maybe. Soccer's not a fake pro.
Doug gave it a second. It's okay.
Well,
maybe that is, yeah.
Messi plays in one of them, so it's like.
So The Rock was in charge. He was always going to come here, but he would just send videos to the Dome. And now this other guy's kind of running the show. Is The Rock sitting this one out?
He's not active in this particular column, Martin. Okay. Soccer guys will lose their effing minds if minor league football affects the pitch condition and allows for overtime in their sacred space for ties, which is the equivalent of kissing your sister. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
I like the sacred space for ties.
Who does that appeal to? Who leaves a tie game going, oh, boy, this is great. We tied. Anybody? I don't think so.
Guys, they should play over at the rugby fields at Forest Park. How about that?
Like central fields? Just have some external bleachers? There's been a couple UFL games I've watched played in big stadiums that look like a high school teams playing at, whatever major city they have stadium in.
What does the Lindenwood football hold? It's probably too small for Battlehawks, and they'd have to be open to it again.
Right.
You don't get to decide. I like the idea, the MLS stadium model. I like that outdoors.
Makes more sense.
20,000-ish fans, and if you draw 15 to 20, it looks great. I understand that. And I can also see why cities like, why would we do that?
Right. Afton soccer guy, not happy that we're talking soccer. Can we get Taylor Twellman on to help you losers out with soccer talk?
No.
And then the text directly above Afton soccer guy sent in at the same time is from Tim's high school buddy. Steer away from soccer because it sucks. And if you like soccer, you suck. And let that sink in. That's from Tim's high school buddy. So, Doug,
okay.
One gentleman would like us to get Taylor Twellman on because we suck. And then the next texter, Tim's high school buddy, says...
Yeah.
We should just not talk about it, and if you like soccer, then you suck.
Can I have the last 30 seconds of my life back?
Well, they will vent in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, and that is coming up next year on the program. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years, online at igotfloored.com. So many varieties of all flooring. 3 easy to get to locations in St. Louis. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Dardenne Prairie, and they are in St. Peter's. Michael's Flooring has continued to grow throughout 31 years. Employees love working for them as they feel like family and you make sure they're taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com. And if you do, you can get 3 samples for free from Proximity Mills. Michael's Passions Flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's Michael's Flooring in Creve Coeur, Dardenne Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com. You like this one, Doug?
This is not bad, yeah.
What do we got going on here, Papers?
Skylar Gray coming home. It's her birthday today.
Oh, it's Skylar Gray's birthday.
Oh, no fooling.
No fooling. All right. Pot it down here before the verse comes in.
Okay. I was wrong when I said the MLS might be the biggest league. They have 30 teams, same as NBA and Major League Baseball, NHL, and the NFL.
But if you look at the
32.
standings, the way they do the conference, East-West, it's just
looks
massive.
like there's about 50 teams in there.
Want to apologize?
Yeah, I'd like to take a week off. Maybe go back to that Airbnb we had in Florida. just really think about things.
You know, I noticed, was there not a putter? I was looking around.
There was.
Okay.
Yeah, there was. It was in the back there.
Well, I guess because I was in the shed and the lights didn't work, it was a little hard to see.
You need to use a remote control for the lights. There's a remote
Wow,
control.
Lottie frickin' da.
That's right. That's right.
Ledoux living in South Florida.
Did you hear we had a guy cleaning the pool at like 5:36 in the
Tim,
darkness?
were you there on the show when we did it? It was bizarre. Headset on, headlamp.
Yeah, we're all sound asleep, and there's a guy out cleaning the pool.
You're welcome to break into our homes or email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email a day. Ow!
That's the music we're going to get? Oh, there it is. Okay. We're good.
Tim, what do you think about Chapel Roan's hit banger Hot to Go being inspired by a grocery store deli? There are signs that say Hot to Go across many locations. Let's take a look at the lyrics.
Oh, gosh.
Hurry up. It's time for supper. Order up. I'm hot to go. And don't forget, what's it take to get your number? Well, you have to get a number at the deli counter. And look, if you think the song is about lesbians, let me remind you that the deli serves up. Anyway, probably
This is weird. This is weird.
Probably be a good Stupiracy episode. That's from the Marlins Family Barbecue.
Marlins Family Barbecue.
They had pizza on Friday, by the way.
Oh, did they? Marlins had pizza?
They kind of mix it up.
Really? Nice. Doug, you like to eat pizza and then go out and play ball?
No.
Marlins looking a little sluggish this year. New model. Big meal before workout.
Hockey, eh, boys? Eh? Hey! Of the elegance and majesty of Olympic sports. Speaking of which, Doug, you, me, two-man bobsled. It's a tight fit in there while soaring down an ice track at 70 miles an hour. Seems like a good place for men to form bonds as you hold on to me tight for dear life. Will I run it off the track? Will we hit a corner too fast and flip the sled while flipping the bird? Canada? Highly likely. But will our gold medal come with stuffed plushie?
Oh.
Perhaps a stuffed ricotta pasta to celebrate the rich culinary history of Italy. Or a stuffed Pope's hat to celebrate the centuries. Wow.
Where's he going with this?
It became anti-Catholic right at the end. It was like a breaking ball that was snuck in.
Slow out the gate here to start the middle of the day.
I don't mind.
And who was this?
I think that was Bro Fallon.
Bro Fallon.
Did we finish or did we just cut it off?
No, we
just cut him off.
We erred on the side of caution.
Cut him off. Block him.
All right.
All right.
That was like
this
the
one. This one
preseason.
should
Here we
be
go.
clean. My refractory window was ticking down, but the evening's debauchery was only revving up.
All right, here we go.
I rolled my tongue along the ceiling of his mouth.
Oh.
Ooh. Gathering every tangy trace of my fermented shrubs as they ripened between us.
Who wrote this?
T. Terry Tinky Boy.
Is the email over?
No.
Okay.
And that crunch, what was that? Maybe a rogue kernel of boy corn I hadn't fully digested.
Okay,
Now
that's enough. That is enough.
Gucci dentures? Gucci sells dentures?
Ooh.
I'm gonna Jackson, I have a system here, a point system. I'm gonna go NA on that one.
Yeah. T. Terry TT Boy?
Leader in the club.
No, T. Terry, that's a different guy. This is T. Terry Tinky Boy.
Tinky Boy.
Tink Hens. Number 30 now.
He needs to be suspended. I think I shall suspend him because
Clive's
it was just a horrible, horrible email. T. Terry Tinky Boy, you've been suspended. Suspended a period of 2 days' time. Your name, as we speak, is going into the appliance discounter suspension logio. I don't imagine it does feel very good. It's supposed to hurt.
This is really just a question for Doug. Doug, do you do guest appearances? My son's having a birthday party this weekend. He doesn't like you, though. He's only 5, so he doesn't understand your humor. My wife is the one who wants you to come. She said she'll need some rough love to help her de-stress after the party.
No.
I believe she said that she's going to call you Ugg because she is going to take the D from you.
Oh, God, what's wrong with these people? We've been chatting about sports for 3 hours.
A gold medal moment. That was from the Tin Man. Different than T. Terry Tintin.
Are there any more? Because I don't think we have a winner yet.
I got 3 more.
I like the UGG.
Oh, sweet Redditor. You're the prince of the front-wheel drive. Keeper of the customer service job and beefcake of the 42 by 30 khakis. And when you're not gooning into the sink over the weekend, you're doing the Lord's work. Bitchy Reddit posts about TMA being on the take from St. Louis University. And biting insults about promoting guanabanas? What's wrong with guanabanas?
They were a sponsor. That's why we promoted them.
How dare you?
Ha ha, you think to yourself, those idiots are getting paid to hang out in Florida and do hits for a restaurant. That never happened in the past. The show's dead.
It did happen in the past. We've been to Guanabanas every year we've been down there.
I can see your sly smile as your doughy fingers hit enter on those takes. And then you wait for your shrunken little member to get... Nope.
Leave us alone.
As the double-chinned Redditors chime in to help criticize the show. Perfect weekend, you say to yourself as you check on your Zen points. So keep it up. Nobody else has the courage to criticize TMA for laughing at Ozzie Smith's jokes, you brave warrior.
Oh, gosh. Stop giving us the business.
That's from Dad's business partner.
Dad's a business partner.
Come on, strong.
Did
this
the
month.
wizard crack some jokes?
Sure, by his ears.
But we couldn't hear it because
we only when we would prompt him with the bit.
Yeah.
The blinking lights of your little digital bus stop over there, a.k.a. the fan page, had itself a day yesterday. The blinking lights of your little digital bus stop over there, a.k.a. the fan page, had itself a day yesterday.
Okay, what happened?
Nothing gets that crew's blood pressure up like an Olympic gold medal that doesn't meet their personal formatting preferences. My favorite was probably the handful of integrity czars explaining that a 3-on-3 gold medal game can't end like that. Incredible stuff from a faction whose most recent athletic accomplishment was successfully standing up without using the coffee table for leverage.
Hey, I've done that.
This is the same subsection of internet that bends its knees to pick up a golf ball and watches 11 hours of World War II documentaries a week. But sure, let's dissect international tournament structure from the passenger seat of your girlfriend's boyfriend's Silverado. You absolute boob.
Oh.
These athletes train their entire lives. You trained a digital pet in between crafting paragraphs about tradition, fascism, and integrity between microwave dings. The digital bus stop never disappoints. Just blinking. Always blinking. Marty Horowitz, you guys still selling banner ads on that thing?
That was Marty Horowitz?
Yeah, you know him.
Marty Horowitz.
And finally, morning, gents. Great show today, per usual. Favorite parts were Doug ranking his favorite oat brands and Jackson's daily passage out of the Communist Manifesto. Also, loved that doggies breakdown. No one covers soccer like you do, Tim. Doug, that's some Bobby Greenbacks, and that's what we have.
Bobby Greenbacks.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, we will announce the winner coming up at approximately 10:55. Martin, you're heading to onboarding. You hadn't had onboarding for a while. That's a bad beat.
And with Haim out, I'm going to do some extra note taking for him.
Nice.
Probably have to start over.
Keep him in the loop.
Martin head to onboarding. Chairman Kurt slides into the dais. We head into the 10 o'clock hour. It's presented to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Hornets defeat the Wizards yesterday 129-112. LaMelo Ball, car crash be damned, 37 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, we're fresh off the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Great selection, I thought.
I don't know about that.
I thought there were a lot of Terry Tinky Boy. Did he get suspended?
He did get suspended. 2 days' time.
Dad's business partner, Marty Horowitz.
Bobby Greenbacks, Fallon.
And Iggy has just posted in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, I haven't responded to a post on the TMA Reddit in over 2 weeks. Today I got a message saying I'm permanently banned for constant harassment. Funniest thing I've seen in weeks. We need an update. Maybe Iggy needs to appear on QFDA to get an update on what's going on. That's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where you can join in the conversation. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. Unfortunately, there were some suspensions. Doug, in the Appliance Discounter suspension log, you will Appliance Discounters will take great care of you. Matter of fact, I was texting with John Bradley of the Appliance Discounters earlier this morning. Man, they do great work. We have been getting products from the Appliance Discounters for a long time. TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has great deals for you. Come in today, receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. And now you know why they're called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of Appliance Discounters' 7 locations. They're in Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. James Carlton will join us in studio coming up next. The Stiefel Studios. That's coming your way next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Doug, look who's sitting next to you.
I saw him over there. Hello, James
Well,
Carlton.
good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
James
Fresh
Carlton.
off Jupiter.
We're doing wonderful. What about yourself?
Doing well. So you guys had that layover in LaGuardia?
Doug and Jackson did contractually. I fly in
I'm not
Spirit.
sure if you remember how awful that airport used to make Lambert look like Taj Mahal.
Not the case anymore.
Wow.
They have put
Did
some
that-
cash into that thing, haven't they?
Really nice.
That might be my favorite airport going.
It was really nice.
Nothing really looks like Lambert anymore.
Uh-oh.
$15 beer for me on our layover.
$15 for a beer at LaGuardia?
$15.
We got home at, it was Sunday night, Saturday night, Friday night. What am I thinking? It was Friday night, but about 8.
But yeah, we landed around 8:10 or
And
so.
that airport was shut down. There was not a restaurant open. There was not a gate open. It was nobody.
The TSA was closed.
This was LaGuardia. That's surprising.
No, this was St. Louis.
But you still got yelled at when you walked outside.
Down. Almost.
Yeah, a guy came out.
Did a guy yell at you?
He was lurking.
There was nobody really in the passenger, like just the people from our flight. And the guy came out there, and you could tell that he was like,
looking for
on the phone for the last 5 minutes. He's like, all right, let's keep it moving. Like, there's no one here. You could literally park here overnight, and no one would it'd be no bother to anybody.
You don't want to
No one
mouth
here.
off, though. You'll get that PT and A's treatment. You know?
Yeah.
PTs and A's.
Yes.
Planes, trains,
That's
and
right.
automobiles. 87, John Hughes, Steve Martin,
Yeah. John Candy.
Dale Griffith.
I would just think some people get off a flight and maybe I'll get a bite to eat here. And there was no bites
No
to
option.
eat to be had.
In fairness, though, if there are no flights leaving for the rest of the night, it wouldn't make much sense for those businesses to stay open. The bigger issue is that there's no flights leaving past 8 p.m. on a Friday.
Right.
They're all flying private, not a Spirit.
Yeah, that's right.
Jackie meant to say $15 boat drink, not beer. That's from Starfish Street. You got a boat drink?
No, domestic beer.
And he's been on the record. That's his play because you can manage it better than the brown liquor, right, Jackson?
Yeah, I just like to have a good time.
Absolutely.
Papers and I had a shot of tequila together.
Did you really?
Yeah, we did.
Nice.
Yeah.
What'd you go with?
It was just poured for us. It's probably 1942 if I had to guess.
Yeah, he'll take the edge. Papers will take the edge off.
Sure. I'm a young man.
Yeah. You don't just drink daiquiris.
No, I seldom drink daiquiri. First of all, I would never drink a daiquiri. If I were to have a boat drink, it'd be a pina colada.
There's nothing wrong with a boat drink if that's what you want. Get what you want. You don't have to do something for someone else's approval.
That's true.
Like how you order your steak?
Right.
Well, I'm constantly doing things for your approval. I have to tiptoe around what I do. I was going to get some Dramamine at the airport, and Doug's like, "What? You're getting Dramamine?
Why would you do that?
See, because they look at you judging me.
I'm asking why you would need that to get on an airplane.
Motion sickness. I almost blew groceries on the way down there.
Just with the plane in the air?
We had rough air. I was full of Popeyes. It was a bad deal.
Yeah, somebody's a soy boy.
See, look. Doesn't practice what he preaches.
You manage, you track all your outflows.
I track all my outflows.
Don't you track all that, like everything you spend, like categorize it and so forth?
Oh God, yeah, don't you?
Yeah, well, I was catching
as
up.
a business owner.
No, I'm talking about personally.
Oh God, well, I do that too.
Right. I was a little behind, and in 2025. Let's do a little Family Feud. What bill do you think I looked at and was just shocked how little it is for what we get for it? And spoiler alert, it's definitely not insurance.
I was about to say, this could be the greatest organic insurance waxing of one's car in the history of this program.
There is a bill that I'm like, that is all it costs for the service that they provide? What's your guess, Doug?
Something to do with your home?
Yes.
Water?
MSD.
No. We're getting warmer, though.
MSD.
No.
Heating. You say we're getting warmer.
It's good one. It's Waste Management or Republic, whoever. The trash service. I paid $350 last year for trash. I wheel it out to the street. They hustle. You've attested to this. I mean, those guys are hustling.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, they take it somewhere and dispose of it. I think that's the best value we got going right now is trash. Year up 5%, not terrible.
There's not much infrastructure involved to make that work. That's probably why it doesn't cost that much.
I guess so.
Like with plumbing, electric, there's wires and there's tubes. And
yes. But I feel like, hey, if they raise my rate on trash, what am I going to do? You don't take it myself? No. I mean, it's a service that I appreciate.
Well,
so
good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the other thing is, over the weekend, I happened to have Jerry Maguire on.
Oh, wow.
And I made a comment.
Did you know Renee Zellweger's character was supposed to be played by Janine Garofalo?
You know what? I know that from this show. But I made a comment that, hey, is this not the perfect rom-com to my wife? And boy, did I set her off.
That upset her.
Yes. She goes, there's absolutely no spark between Tom Cruise and Renee Zellweger. There's no romance. It's a guy's movie only. It's not a rom-com. Like, Jackson rocks his Sleepless in Seattle shirt. That's a a true romance.
Tom Cruise seldom has chemistry with his female co-stars.
What are you trying to say right there, boy?
It's like a handful where it kind of works. I mean, him and Nicole Kidman were actually married, and Eyes Wide Shut might have.
Doug Fidelio.
What about with Jennifer Connelly and
getting warmer, but still like not great.
What, you ever get talked down to?
No, not really.
It's just it doesn't always.
I didn't realize that was such a polarized. All the ladies listening out there, text in what your thoughts are on Jerry Maguire. I didn't realize that was such a polarizing take.
It's kind of.
I thought it had everything. It had some comedy. It has some emotional tugs.
Yeah, Kelly Preston offers up the threesome. That wheels me in.
Yeah,
right off the get go. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, I love it, but yeah, I agree that he doesn't really have much.
So there's my hot take for the day.
Days of Thunder again, Nicole Kidman.
What about with Kelly McGillis?
No, I just don't think he really ever does. But I have a weird thing with Tom Cruise. He never feels like he's
Rebecca De Mornay. Doug, you say De Mornay or De Mornay?
I don't know.
Post 90s when he was working with all the cool directors, like action star Cruise, just to me just seems like so. Not very genuine.
Evil Calvin suggests Cocktail with the great Elizabeth Shue.
I've actually never seen it, so
nice show prep, and you call yourself movie boy.
I know it's unfair.
He might be one of those guys who's been in so many movies, and he's such a big star.
Yeah.
That whatever he's in, you see Tom Cruise. You don't really see the character that he's
kind
playing.
of the case, and he does his own stunts, so I'm not saying like he is genuinely doing a lot of that stuff.
That's wild.
But I don't feel like he doesn't have a lot of humanity to me. He doesn't feel like a very everyday person. He feels like Tom Cruise.
Yeah, well, that may be by design.
Right.
He wants to be an action hero star
He's
rather than...
made that decision to kind of only do that.
Yeah. I don't think I'd want to hang out with most of these Hollywood people. Like Edward Norton, probably one of my favorite actors. I think he'd be a miserable person to hang out with.
Based on the stories of behind the scenes, he's not a very fun person.
Jackson, who would you want to hang out with in Hollywood?
Who would I want to hang out with?
Timothy Chalamet. You call him the Jawline King?
We have a lot to talk about. Similar interests. Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell seems like a good sort.
You like hot young guys, don't you?
He's not that. He's like 10 years older than me. But yeah, in general, yes, I do.
Cocktail's a classic. It's from a 636.
I'll put it on my dance card.
All right.
You got to watch Cocktail, The Girl Next Door. You got to finish it.
Yeah, 3 years of in between viewings there. I might have to start it over.
Sharon and Clayton says, I hate all rom-coms. They give young females a false sense of how their romantic life is going to go. There's no prince on a white horse coming, ladies. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Okay.
Cynical, but
yeah, I got to tell you, I don't mind that. I think Sharon and Clayton might have hit on something there.
Probably based
Is
on
Girl Next Door. I'm in an alliance now.
Is that a rom-com?
I think it is. I think it is. I think it is. Now that you bring that up, James.
I do enjoy that film too, Jackson.
Yes.
You should finish it.
All right.
Yes.
I'm on it.
Whatever happened to her?
Dismisses it. Alicia Cuthbert?
Yeah, she kind of fell off the face of the earth.
She posts thirst traps on social media now.
Yeah, it's been kind of tough. Well, she was on 24 for a long time.
Yes, she
wasn't
was.
That's
Yeah.
Probably she's
Jack Bauer's daughter.
Rich as hell. I guess.
I guess so. Well, Doug, that's all I got for you today.
Okay, we were talking about things that were cheap, like trash pickup.
Yes. It's just a bill I don't really get mad about paying. That's what I'm saying.
This weekend, I saw a 85-inch TV for like $4.99.
There you go. Yeah, those have dropped.
I don't have a room in my house big enough for an 85-inch TV.
Yeah, same.
It's like the one big ticket item that keeps going down in price.
Yes.
And the quality of the TVs are great. Doesn't seem to matter what brand you buy. They all work fine.
I'm with you. And they're all smart TVs now where you don't really need many cables. I mean, it's pretty easy going. Now, when I was doing the outflows, the streaming services, I did a little purge yesterday.
Oh.
That was getting out of
when
control.
I do my outflows.
Yes.
Doug, James and I, we're business owners, so I don't think everybody can relate to us.
No, we can't.
You meat and potatoes people.
Right.
Some would call them expenses. I'll call them outflows because, again, we own businesses.
Yeah, you sound smarter.
Exactly, even though I didn't graduate from college, State University. When I was doing all of my streaming services in the outflow category, yow. So it sounds like you experienced that same joy.
Oh, yeah. I realized we have Peacock because my wife wanted to watch all the, third tier Olympic stuff. And so, that one's gone. Paramount, we're done. What was that show we were all watching?
Landman.
Yes, that's over.
Landman, oh yeah, Paramount's out the door now.
You're out.
Yep, out the door.
Yep.
I got my Billy Bob Thornton, my Demi Moore. Doug, I got my Ali Larder. Now I move on.
But it's coming back at the end of this year.
Then I'll get it back.
I'll resubscribe. Okay.
That's kind of the best thing about me losing my wallet is losing all those cards where I have stuff. So in a way, like at the end of the next month, I'll realize what I was paying and how ridiculous it is and not repay for some of the stuff and then pay for others.
Sounds like Sharon and Clayton has more toys than Fisher Price. That's from Doug's prison wallet. I don't know what that's in reference to.
Gosh.
But I guess that's Sharon and Clayton saying she does not like rom-coms.
Okay.
Well, Jackson will have to do a rom-com movie boy, with his top list.
Badly.
How about that?
I need to
Yes.
do one badly.
Yeah, badly.
I love rom-coms.
How about that? James, always good to see you, brother.
Likewise, guys.
It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He's going to save you money. I'm a happy client. So is Jackson Burkett. So is Jamie Rivers. So is Brandon Kiley. CarltonInsurance.net, 314-961-4800. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Restore is a locally owned business with decades of experience in the roofing business, and Roof Restore treats and maintains existing asphalt shingled roofs, adding up to 15 years to the life of your existing roof at a tiny fraction of the cost of replacement. So if you're sitting there thinking, man, we have to repair our roof and now we're going to have to get a whole new one, just wait. This is where you go to notanewroof.com today to see if your roof is a candidate and save your roof and save your money. For many Americans, their home is their most valuable asset, and their roof is the most expensive and most important single feature when it comes to protecting that asset. That's where Roof Restore comes into play. Did you know you may not have to replace your aging roof? What if you could make it look and perform like new at a fraction of the cost? Were you turned down for a new roof by your insurance company? See if Roof Restore can bring your existing roof back to like new appearance and performance at a fraction of the cost of replacing it. Visit notanewroof.com to see their incredible before and after photos. That's notanewroof.com or call 314-279-ROOF today to see if your roof is a candidate and save your roof and save your money.
Could ask a little more of the backup singers.
Well, the falsetto's not great, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing the best he can, but the backup singers, I just feel like our heart's not in it.
If we needed any more proof our phones are spying on us, I got this just unsolicited. Just came through my algorithm the other day.
You had to be delighted when you saw it.
I skipped it.
No!
Yeah, I've heard it.
Yeah, but the visual is so great because he's really into it.
He is into it. It's TMA 101 ESPN, the show broadcasting from the Stiefel Studios on your Polos Plus dossier. We have been joined by Chris Kerber and Gabe DeArmond and James Carlton just in studio here. And you can always go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast, SCHAEFER door.com. That's Jason Gassrow's company. Schaefer Door Company, a long-time TMA sponsor. And Jason Gassrow runs a wonderful business. It's Schaefer Door Company. Have any issues with your garage door? All you got to do is go to schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com, or call or text 636-782-3608. That number is set up specifically for TMA listeners, and it's going to get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors, both for service and for new installations with LiftMaster. They service commercial doors as well. Go to schaeferdoor.com, sponsor of the podcast. Schaefer Door, a LiftMaster partner. Well, we are in full celebration mode here, 24 hours after the U.S. win over Canada in overtime. And Matthew and Brady Tkachuk got to do a post-game interview, and we're talking about a variety of things. Let's start with this one. They had been dreaming about it forever. Keep in mind, pictures posted yesterday when they were over in Italy in 2006 when their dad was trying to win the gold. Here is Brady. Here is Matthew Tkachuk.
Okay, guys, you told me you're watching Miracle, growing up, dreaming about this. You're living it right now. How does it feel?
It's hockey's our game. Hockey's the United States of America's game. It's the greatest country in the world. We have, the best support ever. Hundreds of millions of people back home. So many people in St. Louis. Everyone in St. Louis. We could feel the support, whether they're hockey fans or not. Everyone's watching. Everyone better be partying right now. Everyone better be wearing the red, white, and blue for as long as they can. It should be like a month mandate, wear the red, white, and blue in the United States and celebrate us and the other Olympian gold medalists.
How are you feeling, Brady?
I mean, I feel on top of the world. Just to do it with all my brothers here, and there's so many people that we could thank. Matthew said everybody in St. Louis, all their family and friends, and even every first responder, everybody that protects and serves our country, this is for them. This is for every American and
all the military putting their life on the line for us.
Every single person
wouldn't
wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. So we're super blessed and super grateful.
You're hearing that anthem. How emotional was that moment?
I just wish they put us next to each other. It made us go in number order, but it was my voice is starting to go because of that. I haven't screamed that long and that loud for a long time. So it's incredible.
I heard Ultras help with the sore throat.
Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. I'll test that out.
So not only do Matthew Tkachuk and Jason Tatum have championships in their respective leagues, now dug gold medals to go with it. Fire up Red Devils, fire up Flyers.
Okay.
Is it the Red Devils or the Flyers?
Those two are certainly beloved here in the United States. Remember when they got in the fight right at the beginning of the Four Nations tournament?
Yeah.
Also, Clayton Keller of Swansea. And Jackson,
my dad was his principal in middle school.
His principal.
Oh, really?
Great picture he sent to my family whenever the U.S. won, of him and Clayton Keller.
Oh, God bless.
That's good stuff.
This is Matthew and Brady talking about St. Louis hockey, their appreciation for it as they get the gold medals.
With you two and Clayton and Joy Dunn on the women's side, that's 4 gold medals coming back to St. Louis. What does that say about St. Louis hockey?
They developed all of us, and we wouldn't be here without the youth hockey in St. Louis, the people, the community, the youth hockey. So for all those kids wondering if they want to play hockey or not in St. Louis, I'd give it a try, because you never know. You work hard enough and you have great coaches and good support, you could be an Olympic medalist.
Well, there are a lot of kids playing these days.
I'm telling you.
Every rink you're at is just jam-packed. Hard to get ice time if you're a Huff and Puff League or something like that. Ton of people playing. We're turning out the players.
I've just started screaming at coaches for my kid to get more ice time.
That's important.
Even when your kid's not playing.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you stand right behind him on the bench, right next to him.
Just
put in my kid. Put him in.
Any coach will do. It's good to get those demons out.
Now, of course, the celebration here in the United States, not so much. Doug, you call it America's hat?
Yeah.
Here is the call on CBC in Canada.
Now Werenski shoves it ahead. Almost turned over. Now almost a 3-on-1. Back was McKernan in front. John scores. Jack Hughes has won it for the United States.
Yeah. He just got him left, I guess, at that point.
You could hear Freebird way better on the Canadian broadcast than you could in the American broadcast.
I kind of got the sense watching it that there might have been more Canadian fans there than American fans.
That's what they said
They
early.
were really loud.
They said early that it's maybe just slightly more Canadian fans than there are American fans. But there was USA chants breaking out. Clearly it was going crazy at the end of the game.
Guys, the best part about winning gold is now you'll see U.S. hockey registrations multiply 3x. That's from Stephen Time of the Brothers Time.
Okay, don't say 3x.
Pretty outstanding uniform matchup, too.
You like that as a good matchup?
USA uniforms are beautiful.
I thought you didn't like the black maple leaf.
I like that. I thought it looked smooth. With the neck guards that they're wearing, I thought it looked great. I thought it was just a great looking ice hockey game.
The U.S. sweater is choice.
Fantastic, especially the white one. Really, really good.
That was the third gold medal, yeah. 60, 80.
And 2026.
So Brock Nelson's grandfather was on the 1960 gold medal winning team, his uncle on the 1980, and now he in 2026.
How about that? Fun facts for another time.
Cool. Pretty cool.
Doug Herb Brooks let go from the 1960 team right before they went to play. And that was one of the focal points of the Netflix series that came out. And if you haven't watched that yet, Doug, you watched it, right? We talked about how great it is.
Yeah, it was very good.
Especially coming off the heels of winning the gold yesterday. If you haven't watched that on Netflix, it's outstanding. Boys, have you watched it? Chairman?
I have
Jackson?
not.
I started it over the weekend, not all the way through it yet.
Is that because you didn't enjoy it, or is that because...
It was just a late night start.
Yeah, late night start.
Yep.
The other big story coming out of the Olympics today is Lindsey Vaughn saying that she almost had to have her leg amputated because of the injury that she had. Got saved by a quick surgery from a doctor who apparently only went there because he was worried that she was skiing without her ACL.
Right.
The doctor was there just for her?
Kind of, yeah.
Wow.
Dr. Tom Hackett performed surgery real quick because she developed compartment syndrome that involves excessive pressure building up inside a muscle from bleeding or swelling. And it can lead to restricting blood flow and permanent injury.
Great name for a surgeon.
Hackett, yeah. I can hack it. But she's saying she's fairly close to losing her leg on that injury. Yikes.
Doug, can we also talk about how DeSmet is getting ready to win their 4th hockey state title in a row? It's from Bricklebottom.
Who do they play?
D-World.
Is that tonight or this week? Probably.
Bricklebottom, when do they play? And Doug will be there. You will go.
I think I went last year. I think I saw it last year. I like that high school hockey stuff. Yeah, that's fun.
Bricklebottom, you can send
They
it.
will play. They just beat the Marquette Mustangs. And they will move on to the Challenge Cup title, Doug, where they play...
Do you like that when somebody goes...
No, I don't. Who are they playing?
They're playing the Red Devil, Chaminade.
Oh, okay.
Championship game at Centene at 7 p.m. on 7 p.m. Friday.
Friday night. Okay.
This would be their 4th straight Challenge Cup and 18th overall. Wow, dynasty over there at D-World.
Okay. Yeah, those are fun games to see.
You want to go with me? Maybe a little date Friday night?
Well, I don't know what else I'm doing, but...
Do we have something Friday? Oh, I thought you jumped in there and said something.
Pizza night. Friday night.
Oh, Friday night is pizza night.
Oh, that's right.
You guys can get some pie?
65 degrees in the forecast. Paper's going to be out there ball striking.
I am playing on Friday.
St. Louis is already open?
Yeah. It's kind of... You don't ask, don't tell kind of thing over there.
It's not really up to your standards.
Well, it's saturated, as spring golf in St. Louis always is.
Is it going to be a bummer to play on all these peasant courses after
after G2-3?
Yeah.
No. It's I felt out of place there, to say the least.
Well, you're going to feel out of place if your furnace breaks down, too.
Oh, who would I call?
In the meantime, you would call Design Air.
That's exactly what
Maybe Seth Goldcamp will be there. He runs the company, has fourth-generation family member, running Design Air heating and cooling, been around since 1904. That is a long, long time to keep a business going, and you can only do that if you do people right, and that's what they do at Design Air. They're never going to sell you something that you don't need. They believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that isn't absolutely vital to keeping your system running. Whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they have got your back with dependable service at Design Air. Design Air brings the heat. They're also home of the handsome repairmen. Sure, guys like Larry the Silver Fox and the very helpful Anthony. Don't forget the heavily muscled and highly regarded Brian. They're all right there for you. They've all been around for a long time and can get your furnace up and running if you should run into problems these next few days when it's going to be very cold. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
We'll come back with the final segment of today's presentation and the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day winner. This is TM8 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Tomorrow night, the Missouri Tigers try again to punch their ticket to the NCAA tournament. They will take on the Tennessee Volunteers in Columbia. It's going to be an 8 p.m. tip. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt Jackson Burkett with you here on the program. 10 o'clock hour sponsored by Design Air Heating and Cooling, who also sponsors the email of the day. Doug, we are heading down the stretch in the month of February.
Okay.
And, well, let's take a look at the standings here. Shooter McGavin has 4 wins. Dad's business partner, but it's in quotes, the business, has 2 wins. Buck Swope has 2 wins. Marty Horowitz has 2 wins. Not Mr. Licks. It must have been a day I was out. I don't recall not. I only missed one day this week, this month. Was that the 13th?
I don't know what day you missed.
My wife's birthday.
Okay. Shooter McGavin won that day.
On the 13th?
Yeah, I got it right here.
I wonder who this not Mr. Licks guy is.
Okay.
Boy, Buck Swope is on Jackson about his auditing on the email of the day receipts.
Well, just because someone hasn't heard of that, I mean, it definitely happened. I remember that day.
Buck hasn't written in a while, a week
John
or so.
Cusack won.
Yeah, remember
Brad
that one?
Boca won, and Marlon's Family Barbecue, I feel like won 2 or 3 times last week.
I feel like he won twice. I might have had that. Yeah, he won
But
twice.
it shows in the standings only.
Well, you know. Sometimes things get away. That's all right. It's been edited now.
I think Buck Swope has.
You know what he can do, Tim?
What can he do?
I'm not going to say it.
Pound sand.
There you go, Doug.
Who is the winner of February 23rd, 2026 Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day?
The winner today, Tim, the gap has been narrowed. Dad's business partner.
Dad's business partner.
Damn it, Lucas.
Congratulations to Dad's business partner. You have won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, and you're only 1 email back of Shooter McGavin for the month of February. Now, the month of March, we're going to have a big prize. Soon as I get clearance, we will announce the big prize, Doug, a $5,000 prize for the winner of the emailer of the month in the month of March. How about that? And the March is always a great month.
Oh, gosh.
Because you got spring trading. You got, well, around here, I guess we're more of a trade deadline city this year than we are a final stretch city.
A couple of years of trade deadline city.
Yeah. You got the players. You got the tournament. You know, you talk about the tournament. Tournament's coming here. Yeah. I mean, there is a day. Isn't there a day? Is it the 27th? Where you have the Blues, the Cardinals, the Doggies, and the Battlehawks all playing in downtown St. Louis.
Wow. Oh, is that really?
It's like a solar eclipse.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll be fun.
And a week before that, you're going to have a tournament here.
The what now?
The week before that, you're going to have a tournament here.
Okay. Maybe the winner of the email should have to hit some free throws since it is March.
You got to hit your free throws in March.
That'd be great. If to confirm your win, you have to hit 2 free throws.
I think that's reasonable.
Scream at you.
That's reasonable.
With 20,000 people at Enterprise Center right before the Missouri St. Louis U 10-7 game.
Yeah, but we do it unsanctioned, so you have to hustle on and off the floor.
BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios.